happy and content with what they have and to go along, to get along, and then they think they go to the polls on November 6th and vote for politicians who represent them. No, those people do not represent us. They're a part of a corporation, Washington, D.C., that does not represent us. We do not have a de jure form of government in place right now that the people understand. It's there, but the people have to be woken up, and we need more people involved. We don't have it. We only got 2 million people right now. You need more than 2 million people. We had 2.8 million people back in 2008, and we couldn't do it. Listen, we talked to the generals of the military. We talked to the UN. We talked to the World Bank. They all recognized us. And then they arrested the president. Go to Timothy Turner, the president of the republic. They arrested him. The corporation came, set him up. They told him he was stockpiling gold, this and that. He's 18 years in a federal prison. Now we got President Geiger in there, and he is the interim president right now. But we don't have the numbers of people to arrest this corporation. That's the problem. We need people to wake up, and people just don't. And this is where I argue with John and everyone else. We can do this lawfully if we have the numbers. We don't have the numbers. That's the problem. You can't show up in a courthouse with 5 people to arrest 200 people. It's not going to work.
No,
you know?
Well, that's what this lawsuit is about, too. We want every state to put their lawsuit in at the same time. We're going to serve other states because there's other states that are trying to make these laws. The thing of it is we know it's not necessarily going to work. We just want the unity. We want people to understand the how big this really is. Oh, thank you, Savannah. Savannah's giving me.
Yeah. Who's that? Somebody growling back there.
Yeah, she's telling mom to shut up. No,
all right.
But we want that unity. We want to understand how big this really is and what we need to do. Now, I want to ask you something about that. If we restore the public, does that mean people get their houses for free? Because honestly, that's what it's supposed to be.
Yes. You see, it's called. I brought this up many times on Zoom. Receivership. Look it up. Receivership. You have to understand. There's going to be a reset in the global economy, and you dumb slaves out there who don't understand what's going on. Everything is yours. Like Mendelcon talks about the resources and everything of Mother Earth. You're absolutely right. Everything is there for us to have and the resources. But the globalists and these money changers that are out there, and I know he's going to disagree with me on this. It goes back to religion and everything. There's an evil people out there. There's evil agenda. There's a dark web. There's the deep state, I guess you can call it, whatever the hell you want to call it out there, is out there controlling everything. And we, the people, are just puppets. And we don't realize that everything out there is for us to take. We just won't take it, and that's the problem. And we could do it nonviolently because the law is on our side. And if you go there, like, for instance, when I was pulled over by a state trooper back in 2009, and Florida was with me, actually, during that day. Florida, he calls in here sometimes. He was with me. And I showed him the paperwork. And we went back and forth. This guy wanted to slam me down to the ground and handcuff me. Here I am, driving around in a truck with no registration. Okay, I had insurance because, if I get into an accident, I carry insurance. But, just in case. My driver's license is expired. Okay? I got away with nothing. Nothing. Here I am debating with this guy. And I get out of the truck, and I got an affidavit in my hand. He said, "Get back in the car. Get back in the car." And me and him go back and forth. Finally, at the end, that guy was ready to turn his badge in when I got done with him. When I got done with him and showed him the law, what the law really was, he was ready to turn his badge in. You can ask that guy that. Now, look, he went back to doing his job and everything, and what he did after that, I don't know. But, back then, this was when we were getting ready to arrest the corporation, like I was telling you about, and we were moving forward, but we didn't have the people. The people wouldn't do it. And like I said, they wanted, we had to pay like 32 Navy SEALs. All right. Now, and people, I'm not going to go into my background and where I come from because I don't want people going back into it. But look, I worked for the government years ago, and then I got in trouble, blah, blah, blah. I was back in the early 90s. I was doing a lot of crap for the government. But anyway, and I was in the military. And then I went to jail and blah, blah, blah. You can read the book, whatever. I don't care. Take whatever you want from it. But anyway, we had 32 Navy SEALs at that time that were ready to work for us and protect our elected representatives of the Republic. But they came to us, the military, and they said, if we arrest the president, at that time, it was Obama. If we arrest the president and we get on the 6 o'clock news and say, this is what's going on, what's going to happen? What are what are we supposed to do? Are we going to declare martial law? What are we going to do? Are we going to have chaos in the cities when the food stamps don't work no more for the 48 million people that were collecting food stamps at that time? What are we going to do? And we're trying to get the World Bank, the IMF involved to help fund us, and nothing. And it just broke down. It didn't come about. And you have to understand, there's a broader scope of this picture. You're dealing with millions of people that rely on the government, rely on all these things, even maybe us in some way or shape or form. All that goes away when we arrest the government. That goes away. It's all over with. So are you ready? Are you prepared? Most people said, no, we're not. We're really not.
Yeah, that is true. I mean,
so what do? We backed off. We said, hold off. We'll just put it out there. The website's up. And then they arrested our president, too, Timothy Turner. Tim Turner, look it up. It's there. He's doing 18 years in a federal prison right now. We filed so much shit in federal court to get him out. They just ignored us. They arrested him because you know what? He had 2.8 million people standing behind him, and the corporation just went after us. And that's what I'm talking about.
Didn't they get him for taxes?
What's that?
Didn't they get him for taxes, though? They didn't get him for...
Yeah. They got him for taxes, yeah. He had some gold and silver, yeah. He was supposed to declare it to the IRS when he arrested the bond of the IRS and the Federal Reserve. And he was over there at the UN. And listen to this. He printed out special ID cards for each person in the Republic. So, therefore, the corporation... See, what we wanted was a peaceful transition, from the corporation to a de jure form of government, back to the Constitution.
Yep.
But you have to understand, there are people around the globe that are against this. You have England, you got the Rothschilds, you got the Carnegies, you got the Warburgs, you got all these families that control the central bankers around the world. They don't want to see us take back our republic. They'll create a war in Iran first before they do that. I mean, just hypothetically, I'm saying, and at that time we were in Iraq. So, they don't want that, man. You have to understand there's a bigger picture here. It's a global thing. It's a new world order, and you don't understand,
The people like us do, though. They want it. They're ready. England's ready.
Yeah.
They're ready.
Yeah. I know.
They can't do it. They ain't got the guns.
They haven't got the guns yet. They're coming for them, though, little by little. And that's what we're fearful of. When we saw this Virginia thing happen, and we saw everything, all the crap happening on the internet. Now, you remember a few nights ago, I came on your Zoom show, and I said, no, it's not happening, right? It's not happening. Remember? And I called out all the bluffs. And what did we hear tonight on my podcast? I had that lined up. I'm going to tell you that right now. You don't know it, but I already had that guy talk to that guy at 3 o'clock this afternoon, okay? So, but that's between us, okay? So, anyway, but we can't say that live on the internet because they'll say we had it all set up. What I'm just trying to tell you is, there's things that are happening that most people don't understand. And you can go to the Republic website. You could talk to these people and they say, Joe Gibson, hell, that guy right there. He's out there every day. He's got 50,000 people on social media following him. And I'm telling you right now, and I'm not trying to take credit, and I really don't want to be a chief like that last gentleman said. But if I have to, I'll do it. I'll run. They told me not to run for congressman or senator in my state. And I said on my show tonight that I would do it. But I'm not going to do it unless the people are out there willing to back me and move forward. I'll arrest the corporation in my state. We'll start here in North Carolina if we have to. I don't care. I will get the U.S. Marshals to arrest every single judge, every single senator, every single congressman in this state right now, and the governor himself. I will do it, but I need the people behind me. I can't do it by myself. But I will get elected on their ballot. And I will go on their terms and do it peacefully if I have to. And there's a way to do it, but I need people behind me. And I can't do it on my own. There's no way.
You need people behind you that are willing to fight. They're willing to fight, and if it gets bloody, it gets bloody. That's what you need. You need the militia.
Well, I know. Yeah, but we don't want it. See, the thing with it is, but you also, Sarah, you got to remember, there's a lot. Look, I'm not trying to criticize everyone out there, the Mendelicons, the Johns, you, or anyone else. But a lot of these people in the Republic, they're the godly fearing people, and which you got to respect because that's what the country was founded on, whether you like it or not. You know, that's what it was found, whether you like it or not, because you read the Federalist Papers. There's no other way. No other way than to believe morally, and you can believe anything you want. I mean, Delicon is right though when he talks about the resources of the land are ours to take back, but at the same time, we got to do it in a right way, and the ways that I've heard, just it's not going to happen the right way. And you understand what I'm saying and everything I preached here tonight.
I'm totally with you. And it's not going to come overnight. But when we stand up, we need to stand up and stay standing up, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but how long? How long can we continue? Because we're losing the numbers game. We're losing it. We're losing the numbers game. We are. You can't deny that. Each state. Look at Virginia.
Yeah. Well, like Mark said last night, we need to start holding rallies in these big cities, and then start hitting the smaller cities and towns to get the numbers back up.
What are we rallying? I mean, who's got money for that, really?
Really.
That's the key. That's the key. But listen, what did I say earlier on? What did I say? Give up the camping trip this year. Give up the fishing trip. Give up the McDonald's one weekend. Give up the movies. All of us got our little hobbies we love. Look, I love watching football. I'm not going to lie. You know what? How many times I gave up Sunday football this year to do my podcast? The Dumb Bowl every year. Look, I'm willing to give it up. Are you? I mean, we got. The thing is, we got to sacrifice. Even if it's we got to put our little pennies and dollars together to create our $100 bills. Then we can do it.
Mark's right. You don't need that much money. He can go.
No, you don't. You really don't. You don't. You just need people's time. You need time, and time is money also, though.
It is.
You definitely got to have time and commitment.
And I'm happy with the Motel 6. I stayed at the Motel 6 out in North Carolina, out by the airport there. I think it's on Queen Boulevard or something it's called. My husband goes, I think there's a song written about this. Because there's a lot of crack dealers around us, actually.
Yeah. On the road again. What's that, Joey? Bob Seger.
Actually, I was out there a year, not last year, but the year before, for a Intimate Tickles convention I had out there in Charlotte, actually.
And look at here tonight. Not to interrupt you, Mel, but look at here tonight. How many people do we have here tonight on this platform, just for instance? Now, look, I draw 5,000-6,000 people on my platform, but that's after 6 years of freaking putting it on Twitter, LinkedIn, thumbnail, this and that. I mean, only 6,000 people. Come on, man.
No,
we need more than that.
Yeah, it should be 10 times that at least.
Yeah. I mean, I know you guys are starting out with this Zoom thing. I mean, I've been promoting it. I remember one night I got through there, I had the whole freaking board filled, and then they just dropped. Well, everybody just dropped, but at the same time, they got the message across, though. We got the message across, and people are watching. I'm going to tell you that right now. They're watching. But, they want to hear, everyone wants to feel their ears tingle. They want to hear that feel-good song. Is there anyone out there that could be that leader that can make them feel that good song? That feel good song, and that's what it's all about. You got to make people feel okay. It's going to be all right. You ever heard that song?
Love that song.
But I just noticed this right now in my upper left-hand corner that we are live streaming on YouTube.
Yeah.
This is basically the third night I've been in Zoom.
You didn't get a permission thing for when we went live on YouTube?
There's an invite. And what all of us need to do, if there's 7 of us, if Medelicon's there, if Mark's there, if Mel's there, if Sarah's there, you got to invite. Invite all your friends from Twitter, Facebook. Invite them. And you know what? Who cares if they get mad at you? What the hell is this all about? Who cares? You know what? Invite them. Who cares?
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
I'm going live right now, so hey, that's the way it goes.
Yep.
And this is the way I do it right here, as far as getting people involved in it. While you guys are talking, I invite people.
Amen. Amen.
I went and shared that Melody video that she made about Virginia, right? I went into Messenger and shared on everybody that was on my Messenger. And then I went back and told them all that there's important for them to read it. Please read it, and that I was a part of it. I kind of gave them that little personal message, each one of them. What a pain in the ass. I did it because that's kind of what you need to do once in a while. Because I send so much stuff out there. I don't look at everything that gets sent me.
You know how many people ban me, Sarah? Listen, there's a girl right now who's running for senator in Delaware. I sent her a personal message last night. What the hell's her name? You know what? I'll go to Facebook right now and I'll look up her name. What the hell's her name? And you guys can Google it later. Let's see. What the hell's her name? Where is it at here? Oh, God. Let's see. Where did I send it to? Where the heck is she? She's in Delaware. She's running for senator. Witch. Her name is Witch. Where the heck is she? I sent her a personal message, and I said, I'm inviting you to my podcast. Lauren E-W-I-T-Z-K-E. That's her name. And you Google her, Lauren E-W-I-T-Z-K-E. She's running for senator in the state of Delaware, and I invited her to be my guest. She read my message because I could see it. I see a little check mark next to the message. She read it.
Lauren,
now,
what?
she was listening. She was listening tonight. And the thing of it is that, and she's an advocate Trump guy, but you know what? I'm trying to break that of her because you know what? It ain't all about Trump. Trump ain't going to save you. I'm going to tell you that right now. Yeah, Trump's doing this. He's not a part of the New World Order. They hate him. I know that. I get that. And thank God it was him instead of Hillary. Yeah. But you know what? Trump is not a Ron Paul. Ron Paul was the man back in 2008, 2012. I'm going to tell you that right now. I was at the meetings with Ron Paul. I was at 2 of them with Ron Paul. Let me tell you something. Ron Paul was the shit. Let me tell you that. That man, listen, that's a man who delivered 4,000 babies. He was a doctor, okay? And I know his son, Rand Paul, he's kind of sold out some, and a lot of people are angry at that, and that's in between the Republican, this and that, blah, blah, blah. But Ron Paul, man, the guy's freaking 80 years old. He gives the guy a break, man. He fought for the Republic so many years. I mean, he just wants to live the rest of his life. But he gave it a good fight. Ron Paul was. I mean, go back and YouTube Ron Paul, the Ron Paul Revolution. I mean, for God's sake, they made music videos about him. I mean, Amy Allen. I remember Amy Allen. I mean, look up Amy Allen, the Ron Paul video she did. Amy Allen was awesome. I mean, she was out there, 40,000 people at her concert, in Denver. I mean, she's screaming, Ron Paul, bring the troops home. I mean, and that's back when I was serving. I mean, it was just crazy. I mean, the thing of it is that it's out there. There are people who are awake, and there's nobody to take that place of Ron Paul right now. And everyone thought Trump was going to do it. Trump has sold a lot of us out. I mean, a lot of the crap he's done. I'm glad he didn't go to war with Iran. And I mean, that is so great because we don't need to be bombing Iran. We don't need to be going, and we should be pulling our troops out of Syria. We really should. We don't need to be over there, period. It's none of our business. Like you said, they're fighting a 1,000-year war. We got nothing to do with it. Get out. Bring our boys home. Bring our women home. We don't need it. And I like that about him. But at the same time, and Donald Trump has attacked the Federal Reserve a lot also, and if you pay attention, and a lot of people don't pay attention to that. And the thing of it is, why do you think the media hates him? He's not a part of the big club. And I was going to play that on my show tonight, the George Carlin clip. I'm going to do that on my next show. I may do that tomorrow if I do a show at noontime during the day, because I really want to do a daytime show where I call people live, because I can get a hold of people better live during the day. I want to do a show at 12 or 1 tomorrow, so I don't know yet. I haven't decided.
12 your time, 11 my time.
Yeah, well, I want to do a live show during the day, and I want to call those Virginia politicians, and I want to let them have it. I want because you see how I interview people. I reel them in. You saw how I reeled that. Remember the Army National Guard? You saw how I reeled that guy in, reeled him in. You ain't gonna outsmart me. Some of them do sometimes, but, that guy in the National Guard last week, I got the best of him at the end, and he knew it. He knew it, too, at the end. He knew it. Well, we can go head-to-head, you and me. We could just be, that's what he said. And that's a state police guy tonight. You kept hearing him say, well, this is my personal opinion, not the state police.
Yeah.
So at 9 a.m., Melody said all delegates got served. That was at 9 a.m. this morning. I didn't see it till this afternoon.
9 a.m. What?
That's when all the delegates in Virginia got served.
Well, 9 a.m. So if I go at 12, they'll be breaking for lunch.
Right.
And that's when you got to catch them. You know, you won't get them in session. You won't get them in session. The media won't get in there. But if we can get them at lunchtime and we could get into their heads tomorrow, if I could do a podcast tomorrow, yeah, man. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to invite these people on there. Yeah. I see these people. I'm on my friend's page right now. I got 5,000 people constant all the time, you know, and I see them listening. They're listening, you know, and
How do you go listening?
Well, you could tell they're active. Yeah, go to your
Okay.
friend's page. You could tell they're active. You know they're active and they're listening.
Did you
And if you right click their name and you inspect the element, you could. Oh well, I shouldn't be telling you this. Really, that's private. I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but there's ways to tell. See.
Oh, I know. Actually, I know you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm asking you you could go on YouTube right now. Remember, you can.
Yeah, I could, but I would rather. Yeah, I know. I would. Well, maybe I should. Let me see.
Well, you're on YouTube Live right now.
Well, we all are.
Yeah.
That's on Mark's.
Hey, understand this.
That's
No, Joe, I
why
can do it on
I'm
your page,
keeping my mouth shut.
the way
Hey,
This is
would
fine.
anybody like to set a standard for tonight's episode, because we just went live on the Campaign of the Common Man? Explain some of this so that everybody can kind of catch up with what's going on.
Well, I would say the perfect. I'm pretty good at advertising and marketing. I would say understanding our republic and social media and live internet podcasts and or radio or broadcasts tonight. You know, something like that, maybe. You know, because that's what I get on my podcast. You know.
I think you missed my point, Joe. I meant we're
Okay.
live
I'm sorry.
right now. We're live right now on my list on the Common Man campaign, and introduce what this chapter of things that are going on. Just a general introduction of what we're doing as a collective to get our country back.
All right. Well, what are we doing to get our country back? We need to expose. What we need to do is believe in truth and expose the lies.
Right.
What do you think about that?
That's good.
Well, that's good, but the people here are just a little bit still confused about what's going on. We got to get into some detail. The
Okay.
heart of the
Well,
matter.
we'll get into the details. little by little. But
Explain to people how the hell a bill is passed. What do you guys think about that? Because I think we're all confused. So, like on the
what is a bill? What is a bill?
It's a piece of paper that is suggesting something. I don't know. Here, I'll look it up, but that's my own words.
Well, the thing of it is what is a bill? It's a bill to the people. It's a bill. They tell you what it is. And the thing of it is that you have to understand it's a bill to you, the people. And it's like a negotiable tool that these people use, these representatives, to negotiate amongst themselves. And Mark is running as a common man. So that's a great point for what he's talking about, the common man. Because the Republican and Democrat is not the common man or woman. They're part of the corporation, which has an agenda. And the agenda is to assume what their needs are on a needs-be basis, not what the common man needs or the common woman out there needs. And I think that's the best way to explain what a bill is. And they're going to extract from you as much money, Federal Reserve notes, they can through their passage of their bills onto you. How's that?
Well said.
That's
This is
good.
what Wikipedia
But-
says it is. Wikipedia calls it, and Wikipedia is not the best of knowledge, but it's a good place to start because it has a lot of references. The bill is proposed legislation under consideration by a legislature. A bill does not become, I can't get it over. What the heck? Does not become a law until it's passed by the legislation and in most cases approved by the anybody want to help me out there? Executive? I can't even talk
Put
to
it on screen. We'll try to help you with that.
No doubt. I could use it.
But like you were saying, the representatives that we voted into office, they've lost their sight. I mean, they are supposed to represent us in
Right.
Washington, D.C.
Well, they're doing what they're supposed to do. They're representing Washington, D.C., the District of Criminals, okay? You see, you have to understand, they took the words out of the Constitution a long time ago. And if you look at the voting statutes and whatnot, And this was explained to me in one of the meetings I went to, and they explained it to you how you register to vote and how you really don't vote. And I wish that guy was here, man. He broke it down so clearly, and it's so hard for me to explain it. You got to understand that this is and he broke it down by zip code. All your zip codes, why they put those zip codes into effect in the municipalities and stuff. And this guy broke it down. And he showed documentation of this from the Library of Congress. He's like, here's the document. This is what happened. This is how it happened. And everybody's shaking their heads. I remember there's like 300 of us in the room. And everybody's shaking their heads like, oh, my God, he's right. I mean, that's why we got a zip code. Holy shit. You know, I mean, and it's like, you know, you wake up and you understand it. And you know, and if you go to the Republic, like I said, I mean, I know John's out there and all them, they don't like that. But the thing of it is that there's a way to restore our Republic lawfully without using the Second Amendment and violence. There's a way to do it. We just need to wake people up. And they're giving us time. They're giving us time. They even told us, we're going to give you time.
Well,
you know?
I mean, you probably, like I do, you still remember the day you took the oath to protect and the Constitution from foreign and domestic terrorists.
Yeah. Okay. Foreign and domestic Oath Keepers. I'm an advocate. I'm a member of the Oath Keepers, and I put that on my Facebook constantly. The Oath Keepers, but yes, yeah.
But like here in Florida, what was it, like 2 or 3 years ago, that we had a restructuring of the voting districts. Now, I mean, it helped some and hurt others, but basically we have.
Okay, keyword, brother. It helps some, but hurt others.
Right.
If it hurt others, therefore it's unconstitutional. Bam, null and void. If it hurts one person, null and void. Simple as that. It helps some, but how many others did it hurt? A majority, right?
Right.
The majority of others it hurt. Okay. They knew what they were doing.
Oh yeah.
You know.
I mean, best example. I mean, just imagine if California restructured their voting districts and basically doubled what the representatives what they have now. Imagine that power of that voting block or voting power going to the House from one state.
Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%. You're absolutely right. And that's why they hate the Electoral College so much. And everyone hates the Electoral College, but actually that's our last stand in a republic, because the Electoral College votes in the minority of the people that, you see, it's always the minority. The minority always has to receive the rights first. And that was the thing that the founders set up, and that had to do a lot with slavery, because the minorities were the blacks, and they were enslaved, and that's why the founders put that in there, and that's why they set up this republic, because they knew 100 years from then, when they built this Constitution, wrote this Constitution, that the blacks would eventually achieve their freedom. You know, they were against slavery, but what were they supposed to do? Imagine if Jefferson stood up, you know, and said, "Well, let's get rid of slavery." They would have hung him.
Oh,
you know, they would have said, "Hey, you know, I mean, what could he do?" But so they put it in the Constitution that later on we could say, damn, man, we're wrong. This should not be happening. I mean, all men are created equal. You know, I mean, you know, and now we see all women too. You know, it's like women didn't have a right to vote at certain times. You know, women had to be, you know, I mean, so, but the founders knew that, and that's why they gave it the Constitution. They said, look, work with it. We're giving you the right. All of us have the right. All are endowed by our Creator to life, liberty, to the happiness.
I mean, they gave you enough leeway for us to admit the Constitution for the betterment of everybody.
Exactly, without amending it, because the amendments to the Constitution are really unconstitutional. They gave us the Bill of Rights. You work from the Bill of Rights first, and that's because the Bill of Rights is your right. You're endowed by your Creator. No man, nobody has the right to, supersede another individual's rights. Simple as that.
In the People's Court, Joe Gibson and Sarah Steele, objection.
Oh boy.
Okay, you got your objection. What is it?
Is that Sarah Steele speaking right now?
Yeah.
We're giving you the floor, brother. Come on. We're giving you the floor. Go ahead.
John is not here. You're not going to steer or dictate any policy after 3 years and 7 years of the red, white, and blue under Tyrone Thompson. You represent the Confederate flag. Now,
Only the symbol, Mandela, which means individual freedom. Individual freedom. You have to understand the X and the stars. Okay, I don't represent the hatred or the heritage that they claim they represent. You got to remember that now. That's the key.
Okay.
You see, that's something you and I never talked about.
Yeah.
I only want you to go back to your podcast, 3 years of me after I defeated Black Jesus Minister. There ain't no white Jesus or black Jesus.
No, there isn't. The Jewish Jesus, though.
I defeated Joe Gibson, and I know that the Grand Wizard, John Son, who likes to character assassinate every person and block them on his page, even though he's the Führer of the Second Amendment.
Well, put it this way, he's like these.
He's the Führer, and I did not interfere with your affairs, sir. Joe Gibson, you know what I'm talking about.
All right, okay, all right, we'll shut up. We'll shut up for a minute. Okay, we'll give you a few minutes. Go ahead. We'll shut up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's what I want to say. You and Tyrone, 7 years, heard about the total recall of the matriarch of the bloodless revolution of Class Action 567. We are to arrest the government without weapons. You heard that 3 years ago.
Yes.
Tyrone Thompson heard that 3 years ago. And John Son came in your space only 3 months ago to authorize the Second Amendment. That's one thing. But here's why I got you. It's because of the chosen daughter of the matriarch, Acheta Veda. Okay? That's one thing. And when we go through your network and even Zoom network, I told you that we're going to have a multitude of people that honors the contract of freedom, justice, and total independence. In other words, the matriarch and Class Action 567 suspends the Constitution with the intent to rewrite. Based on you, the Confederate flag waver, and John Son, who represents the red, white, and blue, and me, who represents the red, black, and green. Why? Under Class Action 567, we have to suspend the Constitution with the intent to rewrite. Not only is it because of jingoistic nationalism of black people, white power of black people, not that. It's because none of us in this country, black or white, honors the contract, the treaty of the sovereignty, integrity, and dignity of the other nations' independence and republic. They have a constitution, a Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, a constitution, and what have you. But only in America. And I want to put Virginia in there because I heard Sarah and the lady, I watched the video, Sarah, and here's what's missing. Under the founding fathers, that y'all call founding fathers, most of the people under the Constitution was not present. Even white women wasn't present. However, the reason why we have to suspend the Constitution with the intent to rewrite is because all contracts, all treaties under the Hebrew Israelites, Moors, Muslims, Christians, and God and country, it hid the stolen legacy. It's not black versus white, it's wrong versus right. And under the Ethiopian matriarch of Class Action 567, it establishes for the first time since slavery the proper administrations and authority to control the commodities from Wall Street to the bankers to whoever that's going to appropriate and allocate the commodities. In other words, what I'm saying to you is that the unforgivable sin was not black versus white. It was wrong versus right. It was wrong for me, Shaka, Hannibal, or Shaka Zulu to control Mother Earth, just like it was wrong for any cardinal, bishop, Monsignor, Pope, president, king, or queen to control Mother Earth.
Wrap it up.
You say wrap it up? Who was that said that?
Wrap it up. You've been talking for like 4 minutes, honey.
Okay, that's good. Now I want to get to this.
Okay.
Isn't it extraordinary that in Zoom for 1 week, even after your Grand Wizard called some man
we're gonna lose everybody.
a nigger with no teeth.
Yeah,
And
let's do
even
that.
Joe Gibson recognizes that in his network, I've been called a nigger over 3 years and never got mad at anyone. And here's why I have the authority to speak to you this way, because John Son points his mangled fingers at you and he blocks you. He blocks the other sister. He blocks Joe Gibson.
Yeah.
Whoever he blocks, he will always talk down to you because he's the enemy of freedom, justice, and total independence. We already
Might have a
have,
thing.
we have the march on the capitals, and there won't be no weapons because the Black Panther Party marched under the Second Amendment, and the Black Panther Party was attacked all over this country, and none of y'all was there, not even John Song. All of a sudden, Virginia is telling y'all that the Second Amendment means so much, but
Thank you.
John Song won't be in Virginia when the shit go down.
Oh, you started
Because
walking last
all
night.
of us have to be in our local municipalities, county, city, state, and federal level. We
Okay.
are the people we've been waiting for. Nobody got to go nowhere outside their
Thank
municipality.
you.
All right, and Sarah, before I go live tomorrow, just not to interrupt you, Mandela Khan, thank you so much. I appreciate what you said about the People's Revolution.
I've been listening to you. John ain't here, but you've been speaking for a goddamn hour and a half
No.
under the Confederate flag, and what you did in 207 under the militia.
No, well, this is important,
And
Mandela Khan, because I have a question for Sarah.
Joe Gibson, what
All
you
right.
did, it didn't work. And just like John, what he want to work, because I told y'all, it's illegal to have an armed insurrection against Uncle Scam.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
illegal.
That's what we're learning.
Yeah, I agree, Mandela Khan. You're absolutely right. But this is for YouTube tomorrow, Sarah. Like before I go live, I'm gonna have to have you you're gonna have to call me. I'm gonna have to give you my number or something, because I want to do YouTube live tomorrow. If I go live at 12 noon tomorrow, I want to do a YouTube live stream. So maybe you can walk me through this. 'Cause I'm on the YouTube live right now, and I don't want to create nothing yet. But maybe you can help me here, and because I want to go YouTube live, because I'm not too familiar with YouTube, but I want to create a YouTube channel and go live tomorrow with my podcast. And Mandela Khan, I hope you join us tomorrow. I really do, because what you talk about is very important. You know, the people's revolution, or the people by the people. You're absolutely correct. You know,
I told you we start in the Genesis 11 million. When we ready to march on the Capitol, it has to be 100 million. Sarah says she don't want a whole lot of people. John Son said he don't know how many people we need for 2020 on the Second Amendment. I told you it's 11 million in the Genesis, 100 million when we march on the Capitol under the matriarch.
I got something to say. I'm not down with the John Song talk anymore. Please, let's just leave him out of it. He's not here to defend.
Yeah, I agree, kind of, because he's not here to defend himself, and I don't think it's right.
He's your Führer. He's your president. And he is the one who authorized.
Actually, at this moment,
he's not our Führer. He's not our Führer. I think I agree with Sarah Mandela Khan. We shouldn't really attack him because he's not here to defend himself, and you wouldn't like it either. You know,
3 years ago, Joe Gibson, I tell you, we need 3 million people in the Genesis. How many people on Zoom tonight? Okay, I know there's not a multitude or a plethora. It's just the usual suspects. Okay.
No, that's not true.
Hey, tonight we have over 300-400 people right now.
Okay.
There you go.
We got over 100,000. That's what I know.
That's
okay, but Mandela Khan, Zoom, we're trying to build Zoom, okay? That's what we're trying to do. So
what we're trying to build is a people's government. And if you're not here to add a multitude or plethora of people, I'm wrong, and anybody who speaks in this platform is wrong if you're not trying to bring the people to arrest the government. I rest her case. Much love.
Thank you.
Everyone.
All right, thank you, Mandela Khan. Thank you. Yeah, don't go nowhere.
Don't go nowhere.
Because you might get a question from somebody. You know that? Yeah, you know, you never know.
People got a lot of questions about. So, where were we though? We got to kind of just stay on track again. Sorry. Go ahead, somebody.
Yeah, we got my page says more participants than we've ever had before, actually. So actually, my page says 25 participants. My page, Mark.
Wow.
So I don't know what you see on yours, but I see 25 on mine, and that's my individual login. So 25, hey, that's pretty damn good. That's more than what we had last night or the night before. You know, I'm gonna tell you that right now. We only had 10. You know.
I see Elizabeth.
I'm running an entirely different show right here on the podcast of the Common Man, and I've got about 300 or 400 right now listening to what we're doing right now. And we need to get these people on the same page. We need to get them up to speed as to what we're trying to accomplish in this country as far as restoring the republic. And
go ahead, Marco.
I'll be here until it's over. This is my last ride here. This is on my bucket list to make sure that my children have a good shot at a good life, and not the life that we had or the life that our fathers handed down to us, because at that time, our fathers, most of them, couldn't read or write, and the lawyers and the ones that did have a chance at education took that to their advantage, and they completely just pulled the wool over our eyes. And Congress went to the guise of, we're smart, you're dumb, we're greedy, you're not, and we're going to use that to our advantage, and we will enslave you, and we'll keep you dumbed down, and we'll keep you working at dead-end jobs and people committing suicide and shooting and killing each other, because, and as soon as something happens, we'll make a law to where it's profitable for us, and it will arrest everybody that's got it. We'll build more prisons, and we'll roll in clover and laugh at you all day long. This is what we have to stop.
How do we greed? How do we stop greed?
Yeah, I know. How do you stop greed? Yeah.
Because there are people out there that work their asses off, and they deserve what, I mean, they work their stuff, and that's they're right. But I don't know.
The only way to stop greed is to get rid of the currency. That's the only way to stop it. To make all equal, to make everything accessible to every man.
Go ahead. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm in bed in the dock.
Hello, Elizabeth.
Hey guys. Greed is really has nothing to do with money. That's you could go to everything being free, and you'd still have people that would want to have more than other people and not share with other people. You're dealing with
but don't you think that
getting back to being a decent human. How do you make people be decent human beings when they're not? It doesn't.
Well, that's that's a set of morals you.
That's a big one,
Yeah, I mean, if you were brought up with in a light or immoral family or community, you're going to adopt those same values.
True.
Well,
that's very true.
It goes across the board through whatever community. We have greedy motherfuckers. We have people that don't have empathy. It doesn't matter where you're from or how much money you have. It's a question of, what kind of a person are you? You
exactly.
Can't,
But don't you think those people that are like that had some kind of self-esteem issues? Something happened, they didn't get enough love in their life, they didn't get enough attention, or the nutrients that you give it to a baby, they were neglected there. Don't you think it starts maybe?
I don't know. I don't know if it goes back to the reptilian mind where it's me, fight for.
Well, can I just say this? Can I just say this? Not to be rude or anything, but the founder said very clearly, our Constitution in America was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other.
Yeah.
Kind of answers your question, right?
Yeah.
That was from John Adams, and then and that's when he was in the militia. That was from October 11th, 1798. He wrote that.
Yeah.
And, he was dying at that time actually, but I mean it's inadequate. Our Constitution is inadequate. We're not a moral or religious people.
Not only that, but our society has denigrated into a godless society, and therefore we are where we are in Virginia and throughout the whole nation, where people don't care if the guns are taken away. There's so many other
You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And I'll read it. I went to the archives here, and I'll read it. It's not that long, actually, but this is what John Adams said. John Adams to the Massachusetts militia, October 11th, 1798. And to the officer of the 3rd, 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division of the Militia, Massachusetts, gentlemen. Quincy, October 11th. He archives this, also Quincy, in 1798, so it's verified because everyone had to copy what one person said to transcribe it back then. Remember, we didn't have the internet back then. You know,
Right.
I have received from Major General Hull and Brigadier General Walker your unanimous address from Lexington, emanated with a martial spirit and expressed with a military dignity, becoming your characters and the place, memorable planes in which it was adopted. While our country remains untainted with the principles and manners which are now producing desolation in many parts of the world, while she continues sincere and incapable of insidious and impious policy, we shall have the strongest reason to rejoice in the local destination assigned us by Providence. But should the people of America once become capable of the deep and simulation towards one another and towards foreign nations, which assumes a language of justice and moderation, while it is practicing iniquity and extravagance, and displays in the most captivating manner the charming pictures of candor, frankness, and sincerity, excuse me, it is rioting in rampant and insolence. This country will be the most miserable habitation in the world because we have no government armed with the power capable of contending with human passions, unbridled by morality and religion. Okay?
Hey.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Got a lot of people on this cast here that don't have the number to Zoom and they'd like to join us. Could you kind of inform people how to get in?
All right.
Yeah.
Go to Zoom. You download the app or your app, and you find join meeting, and you put in 931-487-5206.
Did you get that, Gary? Jose, Shirley.
No, there's more. Hang on, there's more to that actually, Sarah. That's why I had a lot of trouble getting in the first time. Hang on. I'm going to give you the 2 numbers, folks. Hang on. Can everyone hear me? Mark, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can put it on screen.
You're loud and clear.
Hang on, I got to get it up here. Hang on. All right, here it is. This is what you do if you want to call in and listen. But what she said was absolutely true. You download the Zoom, okay? But if you want to call in and listen, if you can't get through on the internet, you dial 929-205-6099. Okay? You dial those numbers, 929-205-6099. Then you're going to be asked for your meeting ID. Okay? Right away, you got to punch in 931-487-5206. And then you press pound. It's going to tell you press pound. And then it's going to ask you for your participant ID sometimes. Sometimes it will. And then you dial 725 pound, and you're in. All right, guys? So I hope I said it very clearly, Mark.
You did.
I don't know how more I could. I know I was yelling, but
good luck.
Sorry.
Good luck to you guys. Yeah, I saved my little Zoom
on behalf of
invite on Messenger.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
But to get back to what you just were talking about, Joe, the taking away of our rights and our guns started so long ago. It's the slow, slippery slope of taking out God from the family and the schools, and then now we're into the land of such hatred towards even to speak about religion. That we almost have to do a complete do-over from the ground up. From the ground up,
amen.
With the
to
next
that. You're absolutely right.
generation of kindergartners.
Yeah,
I talk about that a lot because every single thing that we have to combat goes back to the fact that we have a couple generations of children that are now adults that are crazy. You cannot get through to them. I don't know. Did you watch? If you ever watch TV, just yesterday, I think it was. It was all the way back to. It was the impeachment nation on all the news stations, and they had all the new young Democrats running through the Congress halls on their Facebook pages and
Yeah.
they
I
were.
posted it.
Did you
yeah,
see?
But listen, I saw that.
And
I
they
saw
were
that.
like
Yes,
crazy high school,
Yeah.
crazy
Yeah.
people.
And how about
And they're
I
in
posted something
charge of the
similar to that.
country.
Yeah, I
Oh my
posted
God.
something similar to that on my Facebook
Oh my
page.
Lord.
When they were all crying.
Yeah. Yes.
You know.
Yeah. And
You know,
but they're
but
like,
listen, yeah, but listen, check
was
this out.
sure.
You talk about TV. You talk about TV, right? You know what?
Mhm.
You know what I love watching sometimes when I get time. I don't have very much time, but sometimes during the holidays, you know what I like doing? I like watching the Inspiration TV, and you know what? They play all the old TV shows from years ago, like the Waltons,
Oh
Little
yeah,
House on
yeah.
the Prairie.
The
You know,
Hallmark. Yeah, yep.
yeah, and it's
Yep.
like how much. Imagine if we were back in those days. How nice it was to be, to be kind to each other, to look out for each other, to help
Exactly.
each other. You know, they don't have
Exactly.
TV shows like that no more. It's all
Well-
about the queer eye for the straight guy. You know, everyone's
Well,
queer and everyone. You know, I mean, it's crazy.
I don't think. Yeah, they don't have that on anymore. But it's
Yeah.
even worse than that. It's yeah, it's a culture shock, and I think the reason that they do have those on is for there's a percentage of people that just want to go back to feeling good, and it's almost like
Hey,
your head in the sand approach to the whole world
Yeah.
is like
Yeah.
it doesn't
Yeah.
All right.
exist.
all right.
And
let
while
me-
they do that, we turn on the news and you could see these college kids that are now in Congress who think that everything will be okay as long as they impeach Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's
yeah.
I was just like, wow, this we're really in a bad state of affairs at
We're
the
in the
moment.
twilight zone. We're in the freaking twilight zone out
and-
there. You go into the grocery store.
Look
You know,
here.
go into Walmart. Go into Walmart and just
Well,
look at everybody.
oh,
Just
I
watch.
know, the
Stand at the
public-
doorway and watch all the zombies walk
I
around.
can't stand the public.
Look
It's something
here.
else.
The
But,
problem
you know, we're
is
in
not
a
with the
very-
politics. The problem is not with the politics. It's the problem with the financial system. When the government became a career process, that's where the hell we lost it. We started to put these people in titles of position of lords and ladies and first lady. And that's the same damn thing as calling the president's wife a queen. For goodness sakes, can't people see that? We've got lords and titles and dukes and legislatures and judges and all these damn people that are supposed to be of higher stature than common people. This is the bullshit that got us in the trouble we're into today, where blue lives matter more than your life. That's bull.
That's not quite what we were talking about, Mark. But
Yeah,
Well,
that wasn't
doesn't
what we
matter.
were talking about, but I understand where he's coming from on that.
Right.
But listen,
and
if I'm going to do a
I've-
show tomorrow at 12 noon and I'm going to try to promote it, I really need to get out of here. But Mark,
yeah, I gotta
you
go to work
I
myself.
love you guys, man. I love all. Look, it's a great conversation. It really
okay,
is, Mark.
Joe.
And,
Before you
know,
go,
Yeah.
Joe, listen to this. Because of Melanie Norton, brought to us by Sarah Steele. Melanie Norton, brought to us by Sarah Steele. Inside the network where you represent the Confederate flag of the Patriarch and John Song represents the Masonic Order of the Patriarch. Melanie Norton and Sarah Steele put it in the archives for each and every one of us on behalf of the matriarch and the total recall without weapons. No guns. With we the people, by the people, for the people, will arrest this government. We won't have guns, but we have the superior numbers where the government will know.
I think we need to put Mark Johnson first, though. We need to put Mark Johnson first.
We can't-
Right in Mark Johnson first.
Joe,
That's
I know
what I
you
think.
want to hear what I gotta say. That's why you keep interrupting. You say you're
Yeah.
gonna run. You don't want to hear this, but here's why I got you. You despise the matriarch.
No, I don't. If I despise you, why would I have you on my podcast? Come on, man.
John Sean, who represents the red, white, and
How
blue.
do I get out of here, guys?
Okay, he represents
Get us out of
the
here, Mark.
Masonic Order of the Patriarch.
No, I'm certain.
Because of
I want to leave the
Sarah
meeting, but I
Steele.
can't get.
There she goes. There she goes. But anyway, yeah. All right. Well, anyway, listen, Mark Johnson. Yeah, I agree 100%. Listen, I'm gonna try to do a show tomorrow at 12 noon. I will. I promise. But Mark, carry on. I'll invite people. Let me just shut my mouth though, and I'll listen out for a little while. Okay. Good night, everybody. God bless. Take care.
Joe, why don't you send me your phone number on Messenger?
That woman.
Yeah.
About 10 o'clock in the morning. It'll be my 10
Yes, I will.
o'clock your time.
Sarah Steele.
Or well, about half an hour is all we need.
Sarah Steele.
Yes.
The woman. And you know that the guy with the mango fingers who
We're
will
not talking
come
about
out of
him.
his mouth and say a nigga with no teeth.
Yeah, you know.
Heard your leader.
He's like-
And you heard Joe Gibson. I've been called a nigga over 700 times if you go to Joe Gibson's platform. And it is a reason for this season because all the mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers, even white mothers, have been violated by every man who pledged allegiance and put a ring on her finger.
Yes,
Any
sir.
man that put a ring on your finger, he lied to you, mothers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers. That's why that woman you bought for, and even you, is in order, but you cannot pick up weapons against this government, and you must not do that.
Yes, sir.
You do have to organize a multitude and plethora of people. We need 100 million people. How many people can we bring together in our platforms of Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, social media, blog, talk, radio? On our friends list, how many people can we organize in place and wait for the great day? Whatever day we march on the Capitol, we got to have a multitude of people. How many people are doing that? That's my assignment. And I'm here to organize everybody in place on behalf of the matriarch and the mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers.
And now you have help.
Exactly.
And now you got backup. So let's get her done.
Okay, here's what the deal is. The mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers are the proper administrations to run Mother Earth's precious resources. All the men, black or white, must serve, protect, defend, and build, and use their penis to multiply. If you try to take over Mother Earth, you are a war criminal. And if a mother let a man dictate policy, whether it's the Pope, the Black Baptist Church, or whether it's the president, if a woman cannot have full control of the resources in her municipality, all bets are off. That's why I'm born, to help everyone remember what they forgot or what they don't want to recognize. And if you try to put out my candle, if you try to blow up my frame, you'll go into darkness. Never try to blow out my frame, because I'm a different monster. And I represent white mothers, Klan mothers, Black Panther mothers, black, brown, red, yellow, and white, Mother Earth, Mother Resources, all over the planet. Women are supposed to control the government, not Joe Gibson.
I believe that. I think I agree with you there.
Okay, so it's not the Constitution. We suspend the Constitution because the real stolen legacy is not black versus white. It's why did strong men decide that they're going to take control of Mother Earth and tell the mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers they've got to be prostitutes, strippers, and crack mothers.
Because men were afraid of women. They don't understand us. We have too many emotions. We bleed without being cut. We have babies. We are just, because we're stronger than them, we take more than a man does. And men do not understand us, and we scare the shit out of them.
Right. Mind, body, and soul. Women are the strongest commodity next to Mother Earth.
Absolutely.
Now, a penis.
And when women get along.
A penis in 30 seconds or 10 minutes, a woman will suck the life out of a man. I don't give a fuck how many muscles he got. But a vagina is resilient, and it never loses its power.
It's like
that's extraordinary. And a woman can take on 1 man, 5 men, or 500 men. But a penis can't take on more than one woman because she will suck the life out of his ass in 10 minutes.
I don't know where the hell you been.
Just for the
I have
fact
to
that
disagree with you on that one.
we can produce another human
Let
life.
me-
Just for the
let me-
fact that we can
Marcus,
produce
you
a
just call-
human
you
life,
just calling women
a
all
human
whores.
life with our body.
Hold on, Marcus. If you disagree, tell me, was it a woman or a man that gave you the best feeling in your life? No matter how high you went in the ocean or on the highest mountain, how much money you had, was it a man or a woman that gave you your greatest feeling? Marcus, go. Your turn.
Okay, it was a man. It was this man, me. I gave me the greatest feeling on
Okay, so you telling me that you all in okay, Marcus, listen to this. So you are island amongst yourself. You're in your own bubble. You don't need nobody to come CLME together, and you don't need nobody to help you CUM, right? So because you gave yourself the power to make you feel good, right? And I know you can, because you can put $20 in your hand and use your left hand and pay yourself when you CUM. But the truth of the matter is, you want your penis, if you got a good one, buried in the womb of a woman.
Now, why are we talking about this? We
kind of got off track there, but you know.
I didn't get off track because you're trying to switch the shit from November 2020 or the total recall of arresting the government. And I told you the matriarch, we're going to do this without no weapons. But y'all going to honor the Second Amendment. But the real truth, the Black Panther Party orchestrated the Second Amendment. And all the Black Panther Party was attacked by the government, and I didn't see none of y'all's asses, and most of y'all older as me.
I'm not older than you.
I said older as me, almost. Okay. Why do you think
I was there, and I've been disrupting shit all the years of my life, and I'm going to continue to do so.
Okay, Virginia.
Virginia
is y'all hindsight right now. But do you know, from Maine to Florida, Washington State to California, all the people are treated the same. And if we allow for the people to say we're going to orchestrate the Second Amendment, and the Black Panther Party put up all testing, all food programs, all giveaways, all food, clothing giveaways.
Black Panthers didn't include the whites. Don't the whites always include the blacks? Why do the Black Panthers not include us?
They did.
Okay, that's just what I
want you to go look up the Student for a Democratic Society and the Weathermen, and I want you to look up the Chicano movement, the Mexican movement. They all adopted the Constitution and the Black Panther Party 10-point program because they were not feeding the children in no school in this country. They was not treating anyone.
Right, they were they back in the day. Back in the day, you didn't get the free lunches like you get now.
You couldn't join the Black Panther Party, but you had to form in your sector, in your municipality, a platform based on the Constitution. And because the Panthers exercised the Second Amendment and the whole country under the FBI and Uncle Scam killed the Black Panther Party, and Assata Shakur is the #1 enemy in Cuba. Assata Shakur is the mother of the People's Revolution of the Red, Black, and Green. And she's public enemy #1. And you in America, y'all have killed Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, Muammar Gaddafi, and a whole bunch of others. Why haven't you went 90 miles to kill Assata Shakur? I'll tell you why. It was because of Tupac Amaru Shakur and the Thug Nation. All the young people are under Assata Shakur. And long live the Castro Revolution that kicked out the mafia and the Kennedys and that missile crisis in the 60s. The only reason that Cuba is still alive is because of Assata Shakur. And even John Gotti and the mafia, they was kicked out of Cuba from Batista. That's why the Mariel boat people who came into Miami, they are the ones who ruled with Uncle Scam. But Assata Shakur is public enemy #1. And I'm here to tell you, she's the mother of the People's Revolution of the matriarch. And they better not, and they will not go in 90 miles after they went in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, whatever. American forces, why won't y'all go into Cuba and get Assata Shakur?
I had no idea.
I'll tell you why.
I didn't know about the war.
I'll tell you why.
Can we?
I'll tell you why.
Y'all,
Everybody knows that she's the mother of People's Revolution. Not John Son, not Joe Gibson, but that woman you had on tonight, she had the video. And Sarah, everybody, let everybody know in Zoom. Y'all watch that video that Sarah Steele put forth.
I put it forth to everybody.
And
Melody,
Sarah,
Melody's awesome.
Huh?
I said,
Wouldn't
Melody,
mind playing that video, Sarah.
you want me to play it? Okay.
Yeah, let it go
absolutely,
live. I've
absolutely.
got
Then
about,
we'll have a panel discussion. Absolutely,
got about 300 people right here, right now, listening.
absolutely.
Let her
Play
rip.
that
Wait, give me a
video,
second.
Sarah.
I got to find it real quick. Because I'm on
Hey,
the
you
way.
Play that
guys.
funky music, white girl. Play that funky music, right?
Oh.
Play that funky music, white girl.
excuse
Let's
me.
see who's going to come together tonight.
I've got to play it. I would gladly play this. Melody she did a lot of hard work here.
Melody Norton, play
Yep.
that funky music, white girl.
Okay, now how do I get this out of here so it goes out of here
Can
though?
anybody else speak here?
Hey, you guys.
Is that
Okay.
the Grand Wizard?
May I speak?
Is it the Grand Wizard, No More Bull, or this guy, this cretin named John Son that'll point his mangled finger at everybody and get mad and then say he's trying to organize the people? Why, you no good bastard. You can speak. Go ahead.
Okay. I shared a video. It's in the chat room right here.
But we want to hear Sarah Steele's video before yours.
Again, before I got interrupted, like I was saying, I shared a video into the chat room right there. Extremely educational, something everybody should understand and know. What I've been telling you guys about, that you like sit there and, well, I don't believe it, type thing. I believe this guy over here that's lying to me instead. Well, there's the video with all the science behind it and everything on the
Is
5G.
this about 5G?
All the science behind the 5G and what's going on.
Look at how he's trying to switch the narrative and make it about what he's bringing to the table. Fuck that shit. Sarah, play the video.
Okay, that's
Play the
5
video,
interruptions already.
We'll look at it. We'll look at it when we're done with melodies, okay?
Excuse me. 6 interruptions already.
No, I just
really,
said we'll look at it in a second.
That's 7 interruptions already, and I ain't been talking for even 2
They
minutes.
go.
Not even
You're
2
not
minutes.
good. They go, John.
8
Please.
interruptions.
You interrupted us actually, and you can go.
Oh, I did interrupt?
Let the Grand Wizard go. Let the Führer go.
You may go.
But he's
Go.
dismissed.
If you're not gonna,
Just brought you what you need to know, but you're too stupid to look at it.
yeah, we're
Fuck
too
off.
Thank
stupid.
you.
Hey.
Thank you for your advice. Thank you for the advice. You're dismissed.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah.
Play the video, Sarah. Play the video.
Hey, you guys.
Well, when you can, I would like to get a link to Joe's podcast tomorrow.
Sure. I'll do that while we're listening to the video.
Okay.
Let's do a video first, and then we'll go forward from there. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Tonight, I'm not going to do a lot of that because I have some very important information that I need to cover. And so I'm pretty much just going to get right to it. This is probably the most important video I'll ever make. And I hope that you will share it to your groups. I hope that you will save it to your computer in case it gets deleted. I hope that you will seriously listen to what I'm trying to say tonight. I want to talk to you a little bit about Virginia and some of the things that transpired today. They went ahead and did a vote on some of these gun laws in Virginia today that weren't settled yet. And the reality of the situation is what that does is prevents lobby day from being effective, right? Everybody's going to go to Virginia on the 20th to lobby their delegate and to express their feelings and redress their grievances. And what happened today was that Virginia decided to take that right away from their citizens. This may come as a shock to some people. It did not come as a shock to me. It's actually something we've been preparing for over the last several days. When I say we, I mean that we have put together a congress of people, of we the people, and a panel, if you will. And we have been having some conference calls and discussing some of the events taking place in Virginia, because we're very concerned. We're very concerned about losing our freedoms. We're very concerned that this trend might spread to other states. We're concerned for the people of Virginia, who are not only being stripped of their gun rights at this point, but also of their right to peaceably assemble and their right to a redress of grievances. This has far exceeded an overreach. We're well past the point of abuse of power. And so the panel of people that I've been working with, we have all come together and we have decided collectively that we are going to be issuing a final notice to cease and desist and demand for immediate remedy to the delegates of the state of Virginia for their breach of contract and oppression against the Virginian citizens. I'm going to take a few minutes to go over our demand for immediate remedy with you. I'm going to ask you to share my video to your groups and your pages. I'm also going to let you know that I'm putting a PDF file link in this live feed so that you guys can save it and print it and sign it at will. It's also going to be available for you to use in your own states, because as we're already seeing, Virginia has set a precedent. And so other states are following suit, thinking that it's okay to act in tyranny against we the people. And I'm here to tell you that that's not going to be accepted, that we're not going to allow that. This is very emotional, very difficult, and very passionate subject. And so I want to tell you before I get into the document that with my whole heart, I consider myself a patriot, an American patriot. I love my country and I love my fellow Americans. And this is my last-ditch effort to prevent anybody from getting harmed, to prevent anybody from going down a path that we can't come back from. Governor Northam, I believe, decided in his head that if he snuck this emergency session in and voted on these bills behind the backs of the people of Virginia, that somehow he would prevent the 100,000 people that are going to Virginia on the 20th from showing up. Instead, what he has done is changed their motivation for going. See, everybody's still going. We're still going to show up on your doorstep and demand that you adhere to the Constitution of these United States. The problem is there's nothing to lobby now. There's nothing to protest now. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I don't want to see anybody's life ruined. I don't want to see anything like that at all, because I love my fellow Americans. So with my whole heart, Ralph Northam and your posse of tyrannical, unconscious unconstitutional betrayers of the people. This is, in fact, your final notice to cease and desist and demand for immediate remedy. We, the people et al., on behalf of the citizens of the Commonwealth of the State of Virginia, do hereby demand that you immediately stop your current course of action. You have been found by the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia and the citizens of the United States of America to be guilty of violating the Constitution of the United States of America, which binds you to the same, and for which conditional entry into the Union is granted contingent on adherence. During the 2019-2020 legislative session, you have proposed and enacted unconstitutional and therefore illegal as implied legislative measures with the direct purpose and intent of stripping Virginia citizens from their sovereign rights as guaranteed and protected by the Constitution of the United States, which is an authority greater than your own and to which you are required to adhere to protect and defend as conditional entry into the Union.
Amen.
Having subjected your case to a panel of we the people of the United States of America, it has been unanimously determined that the named defendants representing the Commonwealth of Virginia are guilty either by direct action or failure to act in the prevention of at least and not limited to the following 7 breaches. 1. Amendment 1 to the Constitution of the United States, shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. 2. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. 3. Amendment 4 to the Constitution of the United States. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things being seized. That refers to red flag laws. 4. Amendment 5 to the Constitution of the United States. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service of time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any crime case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Also refers to red flag laws. Amendment 9 to the Constitution of the United States. The enumeration of the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people as individuals. Amendment 10 to the Constitution of the United States. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. In other words, your authority ends where the Constitution begins. Number 7, all persons born, Number 7, Amendment 14 to the Constitution of the United States, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of laws. Due to the nature of the offenses against the citizens of Virginia, properly identified as American citizens by law and constitute, this notice is to inform you that if you do not immediately stop and repeal all acts of tyranny, oppression, and violation of constitutional rights against the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia, that legal action may be taken against your individual persons, which include but are not limited to termination of position held, civil litigation, criminal prosecution. This is your final notice and demand for remedy. You must immediately rescind any legislative bills which seek to oppress the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia and tender your resignation from office. Failure to comply swiftly and immediately prior to the January 20th legislative session will result in legal action which will commence effective January 21st, 2020. This notice, as we speak, is being emailed to every single person who represents the governing body of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Ralph Northam, as governor, has been identified as the key representative for those individual persons. This is our last ditch effort. This is your final warning. Please hold the oath of office you swore when we, the people, decided to allow you the privilege to represent us in government. Your failure to do so has resulted in this. This is not a skit. This is not a meme. This is absolute real life. We are prepared to defend our rights. This is not a minor infraction. What you're threatening against us right now is the inheritance guaranteed to our children and our grandchildren. We will not tolerate it. Ralph Northam of the Commonwealth of Virginia, you are hereby put on notice by We the People et al. You must immediately stop this course of action. God save the Republic. Good night.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Sarah, are you there?
Everybody.
I am.
Okay. Without racism, bias, and prejudice, don't listen to me or don't look at me. I want you to listen because of the Second Amendment that Sarah has supported, and listen to this lady.
Yeah.
And I want you to listen to the matriarch under the red, black, and green, under the class action of 567. Here's why that's so important. The global reset and the International Commercial Admiralty Administrative Remedy. Joe Gibson and Tyrone Thompson, or even Mark, the president. They will not transfer the proper administration and authority to the mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers on the planet January 15th, 2020, because all men from the Congo to the Bongo, there's not a white government or a black government under men that is giving the entitlements of it takes a village to raise a child. In other words, the women are second-class citizens, the children are third-class citizens, the elderly people are fourth-class citizens under the Masonic Order of Patriarch. And what this woman brought forth was that she ready to do everything that she has to do to restore freedom, justice, and total independence to all of their families. And here's why this is so important, because of the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and Bill of Rights. I want everyone who's listening to my voice, lay the map of the whole world on your table. When it comes to so-called black people, that's 0.1%. 95% of white people do not live in the United States of America.
Really?
95% of so-called white people, just like 0.1%, 99.1% of the African, indigenous, sovereign, independent people who in this country, as we look at the eagle under Joe Gibson, under the Confederate flag, and we look at John under the red, white, and blue, here's why that's so important, is that the eagle has declared itself after what happened in history, the Lord of the air, the master of the sea, and bribed all of us to ride with Uncle Scam and attack all the people on the planet so that we can get our jingoism under nationalism and our whatever entitlements. But on behalf of the matriarch, it's helping you see that all the other mothers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers, African mothers, Latin American, Caribbean mothers, and in the Arab world, they want their sons and daughters and their old men to come home. And when we look at in England, France, Germany, Italy, and Ireland, there is no bombs bursting in the air. There is no rockets red glare as it relates to the war on drugs and the war on capitalism. If you look at all of the aircraft carriers, the stealth bombers, the submarines, and all the Black Hawk helicopters in England, France, Germany, Italy, and Ireland, they got the same amount of drugs we got under the French connection. But nobody is looking for the bad guy, the boogeyman. And no one is trying to trespass on the sovereignty, integrity, and dignity of their independence of their constitution. So if we are to reclaim our sovereignty, integrity, and dignity, and independence, we have to honor the other nations, because it's about reciprocity, it's about repentance, and no one can demonstrate no beneficence if you're going to lose or use the Constitution and a gun to try to get free. We don't need no guns. And I told you and John Son, the bloodless revolution is when we put this nation in seizure, and all the other nations are going to do what we tell them to do. Here's why we got to put them in seizure without the gun under the bloodless revolution. The first revolution against England and the revolution and whatever, World War I, World War II, black people fought for the Confederate flag and black people fought for the red, white, and blue. But most black people have never fought for the red, black, and green. And here's why that's so important. Because Mother Africa, that continent, fuels the political economy of capitalism based on slavery from the IMF, the World Bank, and the Federal Reserve. But most black people and white people, they don't honor the contract of the matriarch, the creator. Women created from the uterus, the universe, the universe. It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature, Mother Earth, and Mother Africa. I'm telling you that no white man was or black man was supposed to take control of Mother Earth. That's why the total recall under that video you put forth. And Sarah Steele.
Yep.
There goes the chosen daughter, Akshay Veda. She can tell you more about the deputization of the revolution of the class action 567. And they're not all black men and women. Most white men, women, have to submit to the matriarch because they know under Hebrew Israelites, Moors, Muslims, Christians, that
Hey, John, hold on a second.
I ain't gonna hold on. I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds. I see you, Mel Boone. 30 more seconds. Okay. Black men and white men under the Bible, Torah, and the Quran, under Hebrew Israelites, Moors, Muslims, and Christians, under religion, they stole the legacy from the mother. They hid it, putting that stench in idol. They couldn't abolish it. The real leaders on the planet Earth to serve and protect the families, it takes a village to raise a child, is the mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers. So all mothers and grandmothers and great-grandmothers are the proper administration and authority to run every administration from the Congo to the Bongo. And no pussy is to be sold, raped, or stole. If men don't sell their penis, how can it be that women have to do everything they can to get some commodities? That's because the minority men, me and you, we stronger than women, and we head of our household, and we represent Jesus, Allah, Quetzalcoatl, or Farrakhan, or Yahweh, or whoever. But we know that the stolen legacy is the creator, and white women and black women are the creator of all men, black or white. I rest her case. Much love, much respect to each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Much love, much respect. I just want to come on. Greetings to everyone.
Greetings. Welcome.
This is Akshita or Veda. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
And I'm doing very well, thank you. I just wanted to say and add on to that, in every household, the mother is usually the one who handles all the business, and the man of the house is the protector, and he's the provider, and builder of what the woman wants. So the woman is pretty much the mastermind, and the man is pretty much the force behind the mind.
Correct.
So if we get back into that concept of how to properly run a family, if we just bring the family system back together, there's so much separation and division, and we have been forced into agreeing with this agenda to tear up the family. And so when the women put their foot down and take their proper authority and position within the family, then we will see a grand change across this nation, because women will be then in the proper authority and administration. And so if we go through with the plan that Sarah has as far as the paperwork goes, then we are the masterminds, the daughters of the matriarch, the women, the sisters that are joining together to network to build a constellation, not in the sky, but on ground. And that constellation will lead us to a day that we mothers decide to take that paperwork that we're going to initiate and put on notice the cease and desist order. And so the deputization of all women is so that we remember who we are. And if you're born into this world as a princess, your next stage up will be a queen coming into adulthood. In that, once you come through a little bit of life experience, you become a queen of queens. And then you become a queen of all queens. And then you become an empress, high priestess. And then you will walk in your correct status as a goddess. And this is not a title, it is a status. Right. So once you come into your appropriate status, who's gonna take your crown off your head and say it doesn't look good on you?
Correct.
So that's what I just wanted to add to the platform after Mandela Khan. And I am the chosen daughter of the matriarch. There's many others just like me. You just have to remember who you are. I'm no different than you. I am you, and you are me.
Correct.
We is me, and me is we.
How do we get women to bond together though? You know, we are very catty, we're very competition, that's because we've been second best for so long and we've been pitted against each other. But
right.
We break that mentality. We need to, because we as a group, we are phenomenal. You can't beat us.
Right. When we stick together, when we have a common main frame of mind, a main frame of thinking.
So
and
go ahead.
Encouragement, empowerment.
Yeah, I guess right.
If we're encouraging one another rather than tearing each other down, give a compliment just because.
Exactly. I do.
See yourself in the shoes of the next woman and don't judge. Get out of the seat of judgment.
Well, no, and to know that we're all beautiful. You know,
and we are all beautiful. No, we come in all shapes and sizes.
Exactly. And nobody's better than the other. We're all got our uniqueness.
Right. And you know, I couldn't understand the statement, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I didn't understand that. And I was like, well, yeah, duh, of course. But in all actuality, there is someone for everyone.
There is. Exactly.
Right. And so you can't look at a book and judge the book based off its cover, because you will be very mistaken and disappointed. Yeah.
Yep. Definitely.
Be very disappointed.
Definitely. I always call it I want women to feel sexy, because when a woman feels sexy.
Yes. I wanted to talk to you about that.
Right. She feels good about herself. She's good to herself. She's good to other people. I mean, when you feel sexy, the whole world is better. Let me tell you, if we can give people sexiness back.
Hey, listen. Let me jump in here because of Sarah and I said it. In 1600, who's gonna win a second election? He has a Lady Godiva, the first lady. She's not like Michelle Obama, but she's the leader of the sexual revolution, and even the commander-in-chief don't give her the respect she deserves. And here's why I got you. The sexual revolution is about all women controlling their clitoris, clitoral mutilization, controlling the rape, controlling the mothers, the fathers, grandfathers, the aunts and uncles, who traditionally, they violated their oath of office to treat the deity, the creator. I'm telling you that all women created all black and white men. And why is it that James Brown wrote a song, it's a man's world, but he put a clause, it would be nothing about a woman and a girl, because everybody know that pussy makes the world go round. And I want to say it like this. A man is like a squirrel looking for a nut, trying to get stuck by a big buck, even though he lied to his wife or girlfriend or a Muslim or Christian or Hebrew Israelite. He's going to go out on her even if he put a ring on her finger. Why is it? Because everybody know, not PMS, it's power, money, and sex, not menopause, because men don't pause, men lie, and they cheat, and they steal, they create rape and war. But women try to be loyal. That's why we can't discuss polyandry versus polygamy. I know about the Utah people, the Mormons, under polygamy, but most men, if they say, I like a woman, the first thing he tells her, that I control your pussy. That's the first thing he tells her. In order for him to qualify to give you some sustenance, some food, clothing, and shelter, some pennies and $100 bills. If you say, you're just a piece of a man, and I need a plethora, a multitude of men to build my empire, my queendom, all men under the Bible, Torah, and the Quran, Hebrew Israelites, Moors, Muslims, and Christians, they have violated their oath of office because they want you to accept only their penis, and they will not pledge allegiance to your vagina, because most men, even if he put a ring on your finger, Hebrew Israelites, Moors, Muslims, and Christians, he will have sex with your enemy, your cousin, your niece, your sister, and may even have sex with your mother. So even if he put a ring on it, he had no intention of making you his only princess, queen, queen of queens, queen of all queens, empress, or high priestess, because they under the Masonic order, the patriarch, where men, because of their strength, they think,
well, fight fans out there.
Thank you.
I ain't talking about no white man. I'm talking about the wrong man.
Thank
And
you.
black men.
Yeah, remember we gotta kind of keep it short. We don't want to go so long.
Okay, Sarah, let me keep it short because of our Shada Vader. I heard you. And Joe Gibson. I did not engage, and even Marcus know that for the last 2 or 3 programs, I did not engage. I told him yesterday and the day before, I don't have nothing to say. And in Zoom, I didn't have nothing to say because I had to wait for the chosen daughter of the matriarch. Now, who is the matriarch? The matriarch are white women. You can be black as a steel, yellow as a banana, or albino as an albino. If you look at albinos look like white women, but that's not the key. The key is that all the mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers was lied to by the fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers under the Masonic order of the patriarch, under Joe Gibson, the Second Amendment, and John Song. They all are Masonic order of the patriarch. Why am I different? Because Mother Earth and her commodities, her precious resources, from Maine to Florida, Washington State to California, the proper administration and authority to run the government for the people, it has to be women, mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers with their children, their old folks, and the men who will stand with them. So I don't know what the hell y'all gonna do with these guns in Virginia, but I know this, that that's not the final decision. Those who want to pick up guns, that's the jab. Those who want to ride with the matriarch, that's the knockout punch on behalf of the Confederate flag and red, white, green. That represents the matriarch of the red, black, and green. And there's not a person in this country that stood up for the red, black, and green. So checkmate, slam dunk, touchdown. The hell with your Super Bowl, your NBA championship.
What's up, Mark?
It's all right, man. How you been? I'm tired as hell, man. And once again, hats off to you. Damn good day.
Oh yeah, you killed the fish today.
It was a damn good day. Yeah, but we still have this. Hey, you going up here to Virginia with me?
What about the video? What about the video that Sarah just played? Nobody wants to comment on that?
I was just commenting on that.
I mean,
I missed the
honestly,
video.
if I go that far, I'm just gonna go ahead and go down to my dad's. But
Where's Dad at?
West Virginia by North Carolina.
Hey, well, you think I can get a ride with you down there? I'll help you.
I mean, I didn't plan on going anytime soon, but if I was gonna go that far, I mean, I would stop, do the rally, and go on down. But I don't think I'm gonna make it. I mean, if it turns out bad and everything, like it starts getting bad down there, I mean, I'll head down there. But
all right, well, I'm gonna use you as backup then, because I plan on being down there. Just might need some help. So
it just all depends on how it turns out. I mean, we just have to wait and. Well, I'm gonna wait to see what happens with all those people that turn up and see if it's a trap or not. And
no, you got my number. If I call you, just come on down. Since you'll just be in the state anyway, just wherever I'm at, you come there. Sorry for the interruption, folks.
No, that was a good one. That was a really good one. That was very interesting. That was very interesting.
The video?
So, I think we learned a lot just from listening to that, because see, we'll talk a big game, on here from our couch or bed or wherever we choose to be comfortable at the moment. But then when it's time to really move, there's always excuses and reasons why we can't. So don't talk the talk if you can't walk the walk. And I say that with all due respect. See, if I had a vehicle, I would come through there and get you, and we will go to Virginia because I want to know firsthand what's going on. You can't trust the resources that are being put out. So, you know, you learn that there's more of inside information on the street, because these are the people who are being affected by this. So how is this how are the people being affected by this bill? How are people being affected by this decision? And why is there no one at the table opposing it for the people, as if the people don't even have a voice or an opinion in the matter? Because these are the people who are going to be who are going to have to adhere to this bill, whether they agree to it or not. You just interrupted a whole lifestyle. You just interrupting a culture. And so you taking something from people that most people don't even think about, because 9 times out of 10, they probably didn't grow up in the rural areas of the country where you handle your business and your family is your first business.
Exactly.
Okay. So when you take away measures of protection for the family, you're now interrupting an entire system that was operating just fine before you came and made the decision that was going to affect my life. So how are the people to be heard if those of us who are so concerned about this don't even know firsthand what these people are thinking? Maybe they agree. Maybe they want this law to pass. You understand what I'm saying? You know, you don't have the majority voice. You don't know what the consensus is on ground, and you won't know that until you get there. And so my point is that if you're able to go for the sake of coming into this room, coming into this meeting, coming into this fold of communication, you came here for a reason. What was it? Was it to just gain information? Was it just to see who we are so you can run back and give our ID to whoever's trying to infiltrate? The point of the matter is, to me, y'all suspect. You know what I'm saying? Until we meet face to face and touch and agree that we understand that we are standing for a reason together. I don't care what we look like. It doesn't matter the age difference. I guarantee you everyone in this room has something of skill and ability to offer to this movement.
Value, yep. Everybody's got value.
Everyone has value, and we should all be considered in that manner. Exactly. So the point is don't come in here playing. Don't come in here with all these excuses. I bet you if I had a car and Mr. President Mark over there said, hey, you come this way, I got you on gas, I'd be like, shoot, okay, now I got my daughters. So you get what I'm saying? We got to make sure we meet in a public place. You get what I'm saying? It's more than one of me and you, and you get what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna have to be a lot going on because we don't know each other.
I understand that, and I respect that.
You understand what I'm saying?
I totally respect that. That comes from wisdom.
And so the thing is once these types of interactions are taking place, then now you have a voucher. You have a person who can stand and speak on your behalf and say, this is a good person. Because when I was in this situation, or when he was in this situation, we pulled together and made something happen, and it was great. And even my daughters were there. You get what I'm saying? When children can attest to your goodness, then you know you have done something great. So the point is my children come along with me. Like, we're a package deal. That's why we're the 369 Mafia. You get it? That's how we run full circle.
Well, you know, I'm kind of like I'm a father to as many as I can be to. That's the only use I have. That's the only use for me here on this planet, is to be there for those that can't do. I have little of nothing. And hell, I'm happy as hell. I don't want wealth. I don't want power. I don't want status. I just want to be able to eat, drink, and be married.
Right.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna die. But like I say, this is my bucket list here, and that's what's so confusing, that people will say, "Well, he's running for president. How does he think he can do that?" Well, why is it that you think that you can't do that? Have you been intellectually manipulated to think that you're so lesser of a person that you can't run this damn country? So I figure, why not? My idea is just as good as anybody else's, and I have more experience in more areas than anybody in Washington. I figure that, hey, I've got a good shot at it. So, and I know what people really need. I know what this country needs.
But this is where the barrier comes in at. Although this could be very well true, there's no exposure to show people who you are. And so until we get into situations like this and people begin to get a wind of someone is talking like they got some sense, someone is really speaking for the whole, not just for Black people, not just for white people, not just for Asians and Hispanic, whatever you want to call yourself. There's so many different classifications. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if we peel our skin off and we jump out of these skin and bones, we're all energy.
Yeah, I don't do identity politics.
Go back to Mother Nature.
Yep.
I have nothing to do with identity politics.
At the end of the day,
none at all.
And we're all human, period. Adjectives. We don't need no fucking adjectives, just human, period. That's it.
Human is hue is color, and man is to walk upright.
Oh, so, I've never heard of that.
I didn't know that either. That's good.
That's good. That's good.
That's what it is. And so we all have color and tint to our skin.
Oh, I wanted to give a shout out to Carrie. She's been over there quiet. Hi, Carrie.
Hey, people.
Carrie.
Hi, Carrie.
How y'all doing?
Oh, yeah, I was looking at Carrie. I like you, Carrie.
I like what I hear.
Carrie, and I want divine intervention just because Carrie came to the mic and she never said a goddamn word. But Carrie,
I do that well.
I need you to speak on what you want to see happen. January 15th, 2020. But first thing first, because I know that we got Sarah Steele. We had the sister who did the video, Miss Norton, and we got Aksheda Veda. I am the one and only chosen SUN of the bloodless revolution of the matriarch. All the mothers got to do is organize all the women in their sector, no matter if they're crack mothers, prostitutes, and strippers, doctors, lawyers, and Indian chiefs. The men were wrong because they were not supposed to take control of Mother Earth. And here's why Miss Norton's video is so important. We did not shoot, vote, pray, or go to school for slavery and oppression. There was a time under the Confederate flag, the red, white, and blue, the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and Bill of Rights. White women could not vote, drink, smoke, and they better not try to ride a penis. That's a new ball game, because all the mothers are saying to white fathers, white grandfathers, white great grandfathers, and all the women are saying to Black grandfathers, fathers, and great grandfathers that you cannot control my vagina anymore. And that's why it's so important that that video that Sarah put forth, as I'm bringing you the bloodless revolution, as we march on the capitals, it's about the total recall of the matriarch. And the revolution It's not all black, it's not all men.
Right.
All black, brown, red, yellow, and white, old, young, gay, straight, alike women. You have been violated because you know that the fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers, just like the Pope, cardinals, and bishops, and Monsignor, they know they violated the nuns. And I can bring some nuns to this table, and they will tell you about the rape of the Pope, the cardinal,
I've come
bishop,
across those
Monsignor,
facts.
and all of the children buried under the cathedrals because none of those popes, cardinals, bishops, Monsignor were celibate. They raped the nuns.
Yes.
They raped the nuns.
I've come
Right?
across and read a lot of material about that.
Okay. I love you, mother. And I want you to speak to the rest of us because you're the only one that haven't been heard. Take your time, take a deep breath, lower your stress level. And on behalf of the mothers, great-grandmothers, and mothers, you are Mother Love. And you love every life force on the planet. Tell Joe Gibson and John Song with his mangled fingers, a tyrant, a fucking grand wizard who's gonna shake his motherfucking finger at everybody. Tell everybody, what do you want to see 2020 going into February?
Wow. How about
Take your
this?
time.
Where I come from, or how I come to being widely awakened. I'm almost 60. I try to read as much material, even do some translation of something that may catch my eye. So I don't care of the culture, I don't care of the region. There's just a lot that I take in. I may not always then reiterate audibly what I comprehend. That can sort of be an obstacle for some people. But I think when I'm a great listener, when you think about having something activated and you're trying to put a time frame and it's an event, we all come with skills, right?
Yes, mother.
What is an idea that I have in this projected time? That's probably a puzzle piece for me. I see plenty of things in my history, my time of life, so very wrong. Terribly wrong. Horror-stricken wrong.
Okay, regardless of the
Okay,
wrong
hold
thing,
on for a minute.
how can you
Hold on for a minute. Hold on, I said
again, where I was 20 years ago before I got sick, because that has changed everything about my life. So advocacy is what I could physically do 20 years ago. And I went in many places to speak. I was asked to speak many different times. And this was in family right movement. So once you're an advocate in something that touches your personal life, you can pretty much, I mean, you can abandon it at some point and expire that commitment. But for a lot of people that I've come to meet as really in Facebook at this point, I keep my numbers smaller because it's a sense of there being so much information and so many people's life personally affected by just about anything. So it don't even have to be to break down the family, but that's up at the top. When we can have just about any other infringement against humanity being across the board, doesn't matter what capacity or walk of life you come from. I cannot do what I've done before, but I still am using this. I'm just using it online. I'm using it in communication. Other people have to be more mobile. There's plenty of people to never be mobile about anything, right? But you have to, in the sense that we're in more ways than one, a group of advocates. And because we actually The hardest thing I found after 20 years was basically the mentoring capacity to other people who don't know what advocacy is. So we're always talking, but we always find ourselves back to our nest of the people that are familiar to what advocacy about any topic is. Because like I say, once you're on that turf, you pretty much, I mean, your skills expand, they should. You know, your versatile experience and exposure, that should widen over time. There's a lot of things that, you know, it's like the back of your hand. At least that's my experience. Some people do advocacy and come away with nothing because they brought nothing.
Right.
Hey, Mother Carrie, let me ask you this question. And I want you and everyone who's listening on this podcast, I demand, it's not a request, everyone lay the map of the world on behalf of the Creator. And if you see the map of the world, you will see what Sarah Steele, that video, and Kerry Adams is bringing to the table. And here's what I want to open up Pandora's box and break the Da Vinci Code under the Masonic Order of the Patriarch. If you lay the map of the world out today, the Creator does not exist under the Confederate flag or the red, white, and blue in your Constitution. I'll say it again. 0.1% of African, indigenous, sovereign people who love the Constitution, 99% do not live in the United States of America. Equal is important. If you're a white man or white woman, 95% of the Creator's people do not live in the United States of America. So under nationalist jingoism, Black people and white people trying to, we get ready to authorize the Constitution, the Second Amendment, but you don't give a damn about other nations' sovereignty, integrity, and dignity, and independence. Akshay Veda knows this, and all you Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, Brother Shabaka, Joe Gibson, John Thorne, y'all will jump on a helicopter, an aircraft carrier, a submarine, or a tank and kill all the people outside this country, and you don't give a damn about that Constitution.
That's not true. That is not true.
Okay. Sarah, give me where that's not true.
That is our government doing that. That's not us individually doing that. I do.
Okay. Have you ever received, or your husband, your boyfriend, a $10,000 for college or a GI Bill? I know I should have been under Uncle Scam, the red, white, and blue for 12 years. I know that there's not an Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine that cared about any sovereign, indigenous, independent people of the Constitution of the Creator, because the proof is that all of y'all, if somebody say Iran is a bad guy, y'all going to war, black or white. Why? When
wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Let me finish this. Under the Confederate flag, Joe Gibson. Under the red, white, and blue, John Thorne. And Second Amendment. The hell with your Bible, Torah, the Quran, and your Constitution, because I know that all you black and white people, for $10,000 for college and a GI Bill, you'll kill people of color all over the planet. Why do I know that? Because in England, France, Germany, Italy, and Ireland, there's no bombs bursting in the air, rockets red glare on January 2020. There is no jump out or special forces attacking the European world. And the real reason is because the African indigenous people forgot or don't want to recognize the sovereignty, integrity, and dignity and independence under the Constitution of the United States of America. Y'all under jingoism, nationalism, but you have nothing to do or say about the Constitution of all the nations that y'all bombing with the rockets red glare and the rockets bursting in the air. They're not in England, France, Germany, Ireland, or Italy. Now, go, Mr. President. Why are there no fucking missiles going into the European world, the minority.
All those wars have already landed in all of those countries, and it was all set because of money.
I spoke specifically about England, France, Germany, Ireland.
England, France.
Okay.
Now let me speak.
Why aren't there not no aircraft carriers, no submarines, no surface-to-air missiles penetrating Europe?
Please
let me speak. England has had its wars numerous times. France has had its wars. Germany has had its wars.
15,
they
2020.
got tired of war.
About.
They have stopped. They have aligned themselves with the.
They got together and said they're going to attack African.
Would you let me speak?
They're going to attack African.
Would you let me speak?
And
he waited for you to finish what you had to say. He did not interrupt you. Give him the same respect.
He got the white power platform. He was called a nigga with no teeth by the Führer.
Cut it out. Just stop it.
John Son, he was a nigga with no teeth.
John Son ain't got nothing to do with what Mark was just talking about. You trying to
hell with Joe Gibson and the hell with John Son.
What's that got to do with anything? Cut it out.
I'm saying that Mark is not a nigga with no teeth.
What's that?
Lord have mercy. Now you see why I'm running.
Lord have mercy. Thank you.
Mine are at my thing.
Thank you, Mother God.
I have the ability to.
Y'all get on my nerves.
Your leader, John Son, said was Mark is a nigga with no teeth, and he's your leader.
Teeth coming to box, son. Teeth coming to box.
You're going to get everybody to surround the Capitol.
Don't let them throw you off. Just speak.
I'll put some duct tape on myself.
All this jingoism and all of this in red, white, and blue in Uganda and all of this in Mother Africa. Fine. Everybody's been fighting for years because money's been going from bank to bank to bank to bank, causing this shit. My main concern is to stop the capitalism, and you will stop the fight around the planet. And everybody can be one damn nation. It's going to be a one world order.
I love Carrie Adams, and let her give her policy on behalf of the matriarch. Carrie Adams, on behalf of the matriarch, I don't want to hear from no man, Joe Gibson,
dude, you're rude.
Or the president.
You are so rude. You are.
I gotta be rude. I have a right to talk to you this way. You don't represent the matriarch.
You have no right to talk to me this way. You have
no right
represent
the matriarch. Yes, I do.
John Son incarnate.
Was you call a nigga with
I've already said this a million times, guys. Both you two are so much alike. I'm sorry, but you are. Both John and you guys are alike. Now please, I'm gonna mute you, okay? Let people finish.
Thank you, baby. Thank you so much.
Was I supposed to be speaking now?
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Yes, you were.
I had muted myself. Because every time I try to start,
You sound like John. Shut your goddamn mouth.
You just got to be able to jump back in where you left off at, because see, we be hanging on to your last words. So you can't allow a heckler to heckle you out of your message.
Yeah, but every time I say something, he just...
You sound like John. Shut your goddamn mouth.
You don't want to be on here sounding like John. Don't do it. Don't do it. He got on your nerves the other night.
Yeah, the rhetoric of red, white, and green and all of this, like, oh.
No, red, white, and blue versus Confederate flag. Quit lying. You was a nigga with no teeth.
You are an identity politic ass fool. You're on identity. You're a man. When you take your pants off, you drop to the floor.
Go ahead, go.
I got a
I'm gonna
question
put some
for
duct tape on myself. Go.
I got a question for you.
Mr.
Okay,
President
so you
Marcus,
are the common.
I can't hear you because I can't hear you.
Common man for president, right? And you are campaigning for no donations at all.
No donations at all, and I will not accept a dime of the presidency money. None.
Okay,
because
so
as
what's
a
your
public
point?
servant.
Okay, so what's your point?
That commonly, as a public servant and a leader of the people, you should do that shit for free if you have a good idea.
Okay, got you on that. But then we live in a capitalistic world where people are so divulged in money and the systems of money. How are you going to come in off of a system like this when there has been no weaning off of a currency of that sort where everything is tied into it? So how do you get the people to understand that that is your concept and it make sense?
Okay, well, I've tried to do this before, but the thing is, we have a population right now that's costing us approximately 4 billion a year. That's the penal institution. That's just for housing, incarceration, food, medical, and we're not even talking about the guards that fund it, the guards that we pay to hold these institutions. All right, we're going to reconnoiter some of this money throughout the United States to keep the streets safe. So if just that 4 billion alone is taken out of the prison population, the prisons are instituted into places where food is raised, etc. If we've got some really bad people, we would institute out of $4 billion, I'm sure we could get local jails in each and every neighborhood, wherever that person is from. If he's a jerk off and the people of his community realize he's a jerk off, they'll lock him up themselves.
Ain't nobody got time for that. No, ain't nobody got time for that. Okay, so now you got people that are being released from this institution.
Yeah.
And they may be institutionalized. How do you get them back into society and how do you reappropriate funds to accommodate programs that will reinstate them into society as it is now? Because that's going to take time and work too. Not only that, you need the people that are going to be willing to work with this population of people.
Well,
so
that population,
right?
That population of people will go into a contract with the one that gets them out of jail and say, yeah, we'll do this instead of serving 15 more years here, and we'll work over here 4 or 5 hours a week under direction of a new government.
So voluntary servitude is what you offering people coming out of?
No. Well, kind of, but it beats the hell out of being in prison if you're working.
Well, I mean, but we're talking about freedom, justice, and total independence. So you really still fashioning. Right, so you're fashioning.
We have to work towards freedom, justice, and independence. It doesn't just happen.
Okay, exactly. So how do you get people to understand your concept of no money when it's all about money?
Exactly. It's going to be hard. It ain't going to be easy.
No, don't tell me exactly.
No, exactly. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. I'll give you a playback on it. You tell people how money controls them, how it's a slavery.
No, that doesn't work. There's
them how it's
about that already. It doesn't work. They make it funny.
You tell them how money has funded every war that has ever happened on the planet.
They don't even know about the wars.
Money selling their sons and daughters into slavery in the U.S. military. You tell them how they're dependent
on the military are heroes.
I can't hear you. Speak again.
They think the soldiers in the military are heroes. You can't tell them anything about that.
Well, we have to break that concept. That concept must be broken.
How do you do that?
Because I'm a discount assassin, and you got to call it what it is.
Ain't no discount assassin here.
I'm a discount assassin. I get paid to kill people cheaply. What do you call what they pay us to go kill people?
Everybody, and your show can't go for getting people to believe in what you're talking about for no money at all, and then
I will go forward anyway.
A spy sniper,
and I'll go forward anyway, because that's what common men do.
I'm saying,
regardless of anybody else's belief, we do what we believe.
Here's the deal: we got so many people out here that believe in so many different things. Yeah. And everybody has an opinion, and everybody has a way, everybody has a strategy, everybody has a ideology. Everybody is coming from some form of thinking and how it can be done differently, right? Now, your way could very well work, but for the broader picture, does it work for the whole? You get what I'm saying? Like, and then, okay, but then who you working with to start to educate the people in your community about what you speaking about?
No one.
How are you gonna get? Well, not yet. What are you saying? Okay, so
this
you just
is a
come
new
on here and talk to us
this
about
is brand new. This isn't like I've been on Facebook for maybe 8 months. 8 months. The
So
idea
how you running for president, Mr. Common Man?
What?
How are you running for president, Mr. Common Man?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are.
On an 8-month program, on an 8-month platform, I am running for president because I'm qualified, I'm capable, and damn it, I'm good looking.
Okay, well then you got all those things going for you. And who's gonna vote for you? Who knows your name?
I got quite a few people out there voting for me. Just check my list and you'll see how many people call me. Matter of fact, here we go right here. Mr. President, see that right there? That's a letter written to me from Mr. Don Davison. He calls me president. There are many people. I've only been at this.
Okay, you could be the president of your organization. Ain't nobody take your seat.
No. This is president of the United States.
Well, do you really want to be a president of the United States corporation? Because see, all of them got
No, not the corporation. I'm here to kill the corporation. I'm here to kill all corporates.
Okay, so you think they're gonna vote for you and half the doggone country is for Trump?
Well, hey, if he comes and debates me, they will, because I'm gonna make him look like an idiot.
Oh, cut it out. No, you could that last
make him look like an idiot
up against this Trump, because Trump don't give a damn. He will eat you alive and
Trump
spit you
ain't
out.
nothing. Trump's a boob. Trump is a boob.
You can't win just like Hillary Clinton, Cynthia McKinley, Oprah Winfrey.
You shouldn't. No goddamn well you can't win. So why don't you quit that ideas? Are you gonna get out there and tote the load?
Why don't you quit that shit?
Ain't gonna get out there and tote the load.
I'm already out here.
Get the hell down.
I'm already out here.
There's not a woman that will sit in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It's only Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump. Isn't that extraordinary?
And me.
Woman considered, and you're a man under the white power patriarch.
Well, I look at it like this.
And listen. Sarah is not running.
So?
Oprah Winfrey is not running.
So?
Michelle Obama.
So I don't give a shit about them.
Hillary Clinton. Isn't it extraordinary?
I don't care about them.
That's the only choice
I'm running.
Under the.
I'm running.
Isn't it extraordinary that under the elephant and the donkey that you only got the patriarch that you represent? Because you talk about you. And you ain't got a chance in winning the motherfucking presidency. So you just fucking with the people.
Me. I'm running.
Oh my.
But you know you ain't got a goddamn chance of winning. 1600.
I don't know. I got the major vote in Columbus, Ohio at a fucking Trump rally.
So what?
Check my page.
So what?
Check my page.
They'll never count that. That's just like the votes of the people really don't matter. It's
I'm
all
aware of
dependent on
that,
the
but
electoral
getting the
college.
message
And if
out
you don't have the electoral college in your pocket, you might as well just go ahead and put your picket sign up and go for whoever you're gonna vote for.
Well, this is my bucket list of what I want to do with my life.
Okay, well then you do it.
People
You
like
know
to-
what, Mark, Mr. President,
The bungee
Mr.
jump,
President,
people like to
you
have
run.
wild sex with animals and whatnot. I choose to run for president. And
Who
who's
jumped out of the race for president?
Don't let nobody steal your dream, Mark.
Cory Booker is more popular than you, and he dropped out the race. But here you are picking up some fucking dust in a storm.
And here you is with your dusty ass talking about I can't. Get your
Cory
ass down.
Booker. Cory Booker is greater than you.
Get out of character. I can't. I can. I'm the common man. I can really get out of character. So don't try me.
This is what I
Hey,
most
I
remember.
didn't call
about-
you a
This
nigga
is
with no
what I
teeth.
most remember. This is what I most remember about advocates 20 years ago. They don't change. These traits are in all of us.
I didn't call the president
I wanted
a
to
nigga
say,
with no
I wanted
teeth.
to say something to
Somebody
Carrie.
called the
I
president
love
a
the
nigga
fact
with
that
no
you
teeth.
said we are.
Not me.
I love the fact that Carrie said that we are a group of advocates. I think that is the greatest name that could have ever been spoken in this group, because we are not a militia. We are not trying to go and shoot.
Excuse me, I'm a militia.
Okay, well, you be all the militia you want to be, okay? What I'm saying is this group does not make us a militia. And
no,
if
not this group. No.
Not this group, right? But you could be a part of
And
whatever
ain't no
you want to
militia
be a
gonna
part
pick
of.
up no arms against the federal government. I don't give a goddamn what he
Okay,
say.
Mandela Khan,
Johnson
but this is what
or
I
Joe
want to say.
Gibson say.
Okay, but this is what I want to say. I'm talking to Carrie, and I just want to say I love
Well,
the
revolution of the matriarch is the final deal.
because see, every group,
you guys are
every organization needs to have an advocate that cares about their needs and their rights as people. And so in the People's Revolution, if there's an advocate,
bloodless revolution, bloodless,
then every group gets the information and every group begins to come along and join at the center of all things. So to give it a name like a group of advocates gives it a name of worthiness, like a name word saying, hey, I work with a group of advocates across the nation. You
no
get what
armed
I'm saying?
citizens gonna overthrow this government. No armed citizens. Second Amendment.
Tens and thousands of us.
Right. And so even the advocates that don't even know that they're advocates, and then when the people can attach to the word advocate just from understanding what it is and the passion that it takes to be an advocate,
with the Second Amendment in Virginia.
Oh, cut it. You'll have more people coming together in a united mind of advocacy, because that is exactly what it is. We are advocating.
That's what we're doing.
Well, hey, that's all fine and good.
Is Joe Gibson and John Stein gonna march on Virginia?
You too busy trying to run for president. Talking about
Joe Gibson and John Stein gonna march on Virginia.
But the president ain't never been nobody's advocate.
Is Chase gonna march on Virginia 2020 on the 20th? Is Joe Gibson, John Stein, is the president Mark gonna be in Washington?
Yeah, I'm going.
I mean, if I can get a ride down there, I mean, I'll go. But I mean, that's if I can get a ride. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a two-letter word that has a whole big meaning. And in your local county, city, state, municipality, you're gonna have to do the same things that everybody wants to do.
We'll bitch all the way down and
in every city under the matriarch, everybody got to do the same things that is happening in Virginia.
Now you're talking just like John Son. Everybody get up and do
pick up no gun. So you go pick up your gun. Uncle Scam got atomic bombs and 5G, and he will make you shit on yourself and drop your goddamn gun if you try to march the Capitol on
OMG. Okay, let me say this.
Well, if they use that,
there's a disagreement, there's always name calling and slander going on. And how are we supposed to be coming together and teaching and being an example of rightness? And we can't
Carrie Adams. Please listen to Carrie Adams. That'll help us remember what we forgot, because she's not an African woman. She's not a Hebrew.
Why did you even have to? Why did you even have to jump
Carrie
in?
Adams has never spoken in Zoom. Carrie Adams has never spoken in Zoom, but I know her light bulb is on, and she's the matriarchal daughter.
She's very lit up. She is very lit up.
Have you ever heard her speak?
I know what Carrie got so much to offer and so much to give. I want some.
Have you ever heard her speak inside of Zoom? Hell no. Not having.
Hey, Jay,
she spoke today.
I know. Well, I want her to speak. Fuck me, a usual suspect. Fuck the president, Mark. And I said it later.
You better not.
I'm saying this. It's a heavy, heavy burden, and the more hands on it lighten the load. Lift every voice and sing. We need 11 million people, and more people who come to Zoom, Joe Gibson, Tyrone Thompson, then you're saying the right thing at the right time in the right season for the right reason. If it's only me, the president, you, and Sarah, I'm not satisfied. Gary Adams, tell the people.
I'm fine with listening, honestly. I know that it's been about a week and a half since I last came in. Mark sent me an invite. So
what state are you in, Carrie Adams?
Illinois. Crazy ass Illinois.
Okay. So Mark
sent you a message, Chase.
Okay. Mark is in one place. I'm in Delaware. And every one of us are in different sectors. We need a multitude, a plethora of people to sign on. And we don't need the paperwork. Class Action 567 is the total recall of everyone in their municipality under the matriarch. And you are the committee of one on behalf of the committee of the whole, but you can't pick up no goddamn weapons against Uncle Scam. That's what I'm here to bring forth. And thank you, Carrie Adams, because damn. And just like somebody said that Mark, the president, he's a nigga with no teeth. Carrie Adams, you're a beautiful woman. And I know what I'm talking about because you are a daughter of the matriarch. Damn. This is
I second that, Carrie. You are beautiful. Love your hair.
Well, thank
you. I want Carrie to tell us, based on what happened to her mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, what does Carrie want to see in 2020? What do you want to see, Carrie? Put it on the table. Put it in the archives. Put it in the International Public Record. What do you want to see on behalf of the mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers' families? What do you want to see? That's Class Action 567 that overrides the Second Amendment as it was intended. Class Action 567 is your decree as the proper administration and authority that represents all the women in this country. And there's 11 million women like you. And when you finish, it'll be 100 million women. And when we go forward to arrest these tyrants, nobody will have a goddamn gun in their hand. What do you want, Carrie Adams?
Probably what a lot of you all want, you know?
Wow.
Freedom, justice, and total independence for all.
Don't y'all understand in this country that every mother on the planet wants the same thing?
I know what you're saying, yeah.
Women on the planet want the same thing. And why would she?
I know, and like I said, when advocates get together, there's always a higher probability of them through passing of articles, another page, another group, an individual, that something's going to surface and you're going to maybe lay your eyes on it, but you're not going to dive into it. What I tend to do is go from lightly overseeing several groups there in Facebook, but then going to hear things really dove and discussed more elaborately over in YouTube or some other place, right? So I know that this has only recently surfaced from my contacts, and I'm sure that I'm not your contact, right? So how do you take some of the, you know, I don't even know where to start with something like this because it's so layered, but once you grasp it, you know you want it without any obstacle in the way. And when you think that way, it doesn't come that easy. So I comprehend shit so quick, but how do you get it into the ear of another? How do you give it over to another email of someone else, right? This is the problem with most things when you want a revolution.
I agree with that, Carrie. And this is what we call bringing mental formulation into physical formation.
Physical, yes, absolutely.
Right. And it's also an application of knowledge and it being applied as wisdom. So that's like you have to keep going through some mistakes in life in order to learn the lesson that was intended for you to learn to get that point. So then you can apply it, and then you learn and live through your experience into your wisdom. You become wise about your decisions.
Right.
So although we may not see what we're building, if we continue to build it, our children, and teach our children, this is why homeschooling is very important. And this is why the deprogramming from that miseducation and indoctrination is important. And in order to deprogram, we must first deprogram and reprogram into real information and knowledge and where we're to go, where we are to be, and then train our children. And so they ruin the people through generations, you know, and rewriting history. But when we begin to write our story and how we get free, this is how our children will know, and they won't have to repeat what has already been done. And we begin to repackage what we're learning and give it to them in an educational experience. Right. So, and so there's so many ideas that I have as far as homeschooling goes, and virtual education with children, especially those who learn differently. You know, and so when we get to our children, that's when we're really doing something. You know, most times on the playground, mothers don't communicate until children start playing together.
Yeah.
So we start bringing, so if we start bringing our children together, even in this virtual world, we will begin to find that we're so much alike. No matter.
More in common than not.
Yes, absolutely.
More in common.
And this is what I've been saying, but everybody is telling me, no, you can't do it. There's no possible way you can do this. You shouldn't run for president and da-da-da-da-da. You shouldn't go to 50 states. You shouldn't do this, but I'm the one that's starting to organize stuff. And I'm getting kicked in my ass. And I'll take those kicks and licks. I'll take that, but I'm going anyway.
Okay.
That's determination.
And so how did that add to what was just spoken, Mark?
Because that's what you just said.
What'd I say?
What did you just say about having kids out of homeschool and starting to reprogram people from being deprogrammed and deprogram that to reprogram people? That's what it is. It's a presidential campaign of 50 states. It's a big magnitude. I know that my possibility of winning is slim to none, but I go forward anyway. At the worst, my voice will get out there. At the best, I could possibly win and change this shit show that we call America. Point blank. It gets no simpler than that. If you don't have calluses on your hands, you have no business representing hardworking people. Point blank.
So what about the children?
That's a beautiful thing. Let me interject.
What about the children, Mark?
On behalf of Carrie Adams, and I want y'all to go back and forth on the debate.
No, we're not going back and forth. I do want to know what his plan is for children, because that's what we were speaking. Well, that's what we were speaking on.
I know, but because of the total recall of the matriarch and Carrie Adams, I want y'all to look outside this country under your nationalist jingoism.
We heard that already. Please don't.
Here's what I want.
Please,
please,
for the love of God, don't do it.
Under the matriarch, is what y'all don't want to recognize or remember, because you're only speaking under jingoism in the United States of America. You are excluding the creator. The creator don't give a damn about you black and white people in the United States of America. The creator is the creator of all the human family. And while y'all going, the Constitution, the Declaration of the Bill of Rights, the Bible, Torah, Quran, is suspended with the intent to rewrite because of the matriarch and the creator. The creator do not exist in the United States of America. That's what the matriarch and Class Action 567, which represents the creator, because Class Action 567 is the proper authority administration to run all commodities on Mother Earth. Class exercise
hey,
is the
I
matriarch.
would have continued doing the live video, but you're starting to sound like a nut. That's why I stopped the live video. Because you keep
Joe Gibson
repeating shit.
Joe Gibson,
if we can get away from that, then we can do something else.
Okay, but then at the same time,
the red, white, and blue is not the matriarch.
I can't listen to both at the same time. One of you gonna have to
wait a minute. Stop.
Without guns, we're gonna march on the Capitol. Without guns, we're gonna march on the Capitol.
Okay. Good Lord.
Mark, your co-host.
Whoever put up guns, your ass is done.
There we go.
Whoever pick up guns, your ass is done.
All right. Yes, as you say, that's enough.
Phone is about to die.
Get my cord as well.
Whoever pick up guns, Revolution 2020, your ass is done.
You're gonna be booted. Do it again, please. Marijuana.
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 I could use some. I could definitely use a good one.
I'm sorry I don't have none at the river, but the next time I will. I got some now.
Well, you got some now?
Yeah.
Well, hey. Oh, you should have seen Ben. He was smiling ear to ear. He was happy, man. Yeah, he probably done ate that fish and he's knocked out about right now. 80.
Boy, he had 2 saugeye and a crappie.
I gave him that third big one too.
A multitude, a plethora of people are needed to shut this nation down. I got 11 million people listening to me right now. How many people do Joe Gibson, Mark, or John Son have listening? On behalf of the matriarch, we need 11 million people in the Genesis, and we will turn it into 100 million. Who's organizing the people in place on social media? Right now, for Virginia.
I'm eating chips.
January 20th. Virginia, January 20th.
I'm just eating chips. That's all I'm doing.
They're definitely in other platforms if they're not that obvious in Facebook. I mean, I didn't know in the other platforms.
I did not know. Starting, I think, December 5th in Virginia, if you're caught teaching someone gun safety, that's illegal. I did not know that.
Where did you hear that?
From my stepmom.
What was the date again?
I'm pretty sure December 5th of last year.
I don't know about that, but we'll find out. That's wrong too. But karate, they were talking about karate too. Now you guys know, Joe.
Yeah, I heard about the karate thing. Like, that's crazy. Like, what does karate have to do with that? Legitly.
It's protecting yourself.
The saying of the illegality that you can't plant no vegetables, you can't collect water. It's not about guns. It's about life-giving resources. It's illegal.
December 5th.
Now the thing about this is that
it's
this
illegal for us to have a garden. With 5G
this is
network.
About the destruction of
5G network will kill every plant.
It was under the Senate bill of NO 64.
Yeah. Now this is the destruction of capitalism as we know it. You can't teach any.
I don't know if it's true or not, but
yeah,
that's what it says.
It is true.
5G will kill all your vegetables in your gardens. You know it. And y'all want to go with the platform of Uncle Scam. That's why I'm here to help you remember what you forgot or don't want to recognize.
Hey, what happened to Mel? He left to get up early, huh?
Kerry Adams. 5G, everybody knows if you turn that on, even the plants, animals, and everything will disrupt because 5G is a EMP, electromagnetic pulse. That's what 5G is, an electromagnetic pulse. So why y'all want to pick up guns and use your Constitution? I'm telling you, things are being put in place to make you drop your goddamn guns and shit on yourself because of the electromagnetic pulse. But y'all don't hear me though. Go ahead and listen to Joe Gibson and John Song and the president.
You know what I think it is?
What's that?
I think it's 5G's meant to poison us more.
Yes,
With more radiation and everything.
it is.
Because we already got machines and everything to do that, to point at you and just blast radio waves and frequencies at you to make you throw up and do all types of stuff. So, I mean, I think that's just another way to soft kill us, like how we adopted fluoride from the Nazi Germany.
Well, the thing is this: the government's plan is to get rid of all of us old people, so that you young people can be manipulated. That's
this young one ain't getting manipulated.
Not true.
Not enough of you.
The government's plan is to get rid of 90% of the human family under electromagnetic pulse, under targeting, under this thing called gang stalking. We have the blueprint and the dossier that the electromagnetic pulse is a response to what y'all trying to do with guns. And I'm telling
you're way
you,
off on the electromagnetic pulse.
I'm telling you,
you're
I'm
off
telling you,
on the EMP. The electromagnetic pulse is
I'm telling you,
shuts down
under, I'm telling you, under this thing that we put our food in, it's called our microwave, right?
Yeah.
I want y'all to study that with this.
That's microwave frequency.
All of your phones, all of your flat screen TVs, your gadgets, gizmos and widgets, your notebook, your laptops, they got a GPS in them. And the GPS is organized under the electromagnetic pulse. So
it's not a GPS, it's an IP address.
Many of you will have your guns in your hand if you want to do what the president said. But if you got your phone in your pocket, the electromagnetic pulse, no matter what you want to do in Virginia or from Maine to Florida, Washington State to California, you're going to drop your goddamn
phone in my pocket is good. I don't plan on having any more children.
So I'm not talking to the president. I'm talking about those who are suffering under gang stalking and psychoelectric.
Are you taking any of those people in? Are you taking any of those people in?
Community. Targeted people.
Are you taking any of those people in and helping them?
The targeted individuals.
Any of those people
there are targeted individuals. But I'm here on behalf of the Red, Black, Green, and Matriarch about the targeted community. The targeted community has towers put up that if you put up guns against the government, your ass is done. That's what I'm here to
say. We know that we're not going that way. Just please.
Okay, Sarah, I'm gonna put some duct tape on myself. Leave my motherfucking line open.
Thank you. I will.
I just cut his sound off.
Fuck you, nigga with no teeth. You can't cut me. You can't block me, stop me, or pop me. Who the fuck are you? Who is John Stone? No goddamn body. You can't stop me. I'm the chosen son of the matriarch, the voodoo child. So block me.
What's your name?
None of your goddamn business. I'll tell you soon enough.
You
know who you remind me of?
All y'all out there that want peace in the Middle East.
Ain't no Middle East. It's North Africa. Israel is in North Africa. Ain't no
You
such
know who
thing as
you
the Middle
remind
East.
me of?
It's North Africa.
Let's all have a sip and get a fucking grip.
I'll tell you what, you shut your mouth,
And
put some
he's
duct
still
tape,
at it.
and take a
God
sip,
damn it.
and keep on drinking,
Mm.
and don't do anything because you're a nigga with no teeth. That's what the Van Wizard says you was. You a nigga with no teeth. Didn't he say that to you? The Fuhrer.
You know
the
who you
president.
remind me of?
What'd you say,
hold on,
Jay?
Jay.
Good Lord.
I asked the president a question. Was there somebody in Zoom that says you was a nigga with no teeth? Mark?
Man,
January
Delegate, you need to
2020. Was
stop.
there somebody who says you was a nigga with no teeth, Mark?
You need to cut it out.
He's been called worse
Okay,
by other people.
Joe Gibson. I've been called a nigga over 700 times in Joe Gibson, but I ain't worried about that.
Listen, you keep going on about whatever was Marcos called. He's been called he's been called worse by better people. Okay?
Okay.
So let it go.
All right,
Look,
you ready?
John Son called this guy.
I know, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
I know you don't care,
He
but
does.
here's why I got Joe.
He's been called worse by better people. Let it go.
I can't. How can he lead y'all for November 2020?
Because it doesn't matter. You're the one making a big deal of it.
He called women bitches and people niggas.
Hey, hey.
Yes, Jace. Thank you.
What up, Jace?
What do you guys call him?
I call Mark.
Don't worry about what they call me.
because
Your leader with the mangled fingers will.
he's not a leader.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna kick you.
Hold on.
Kick you. Put the duct tape on your mouth. Thank
John
you.
Son with the mangled fingers will
I'm
dismiss all of y'all.
about to tell you again, I'm kicking you next time.
It don't matter. You've done it before.
I do it again.
It don't matter. I don't give a damn if I don't be on Joe.
Like my boss. You know your co-host, right, Mark? You know your co-host, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, you guys kicked him?
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't.
she did. I
guess she cut it off and he's gone now. Thank God we can talk about something.
He'll come back.
No, I'm glad you guys did, because like when he cut me off, I completely forgot what I was talking about.
Yeah, it makes it hard to keep a chain of thought with that.
It is, but yeah.
It happens when people get old. Hey, there he is.
It is a good question, though.
David Eugene is here. I think David is a man that you wanted to talk to, Jace. Come on, David, give us some knowledge.
Okay, I'm here. Did y'all hear me making all this noise? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
Sorry
I hear
about
you
that.
playing with pots and pans.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to whip up something to eat. I wanted to hear what Carrie wanted to talk about. Just open up and just start talking and put us on track somewhere, because all this, man, y'all been hollering for 2 straight hours.
Oh gosh.
Carrie still on the line with us?
Yeah, Carrie's still with us.
Yeah.
And she's very appreciated and loved here.
I know.
Gary, we're calling you out, hon. There we go.
You know, a lot of things, for the most part, is that I listen, I meet people, I see how they think, I see what might be their passion, I might listen for that passion. What are their ideals for something better, for our societies? I'm kind of out of the loop as far as a planner. I've done planning before. I let it go. I did it 10 straight years. I orchestrate things. I haven't done that, My commitment was very strong at one point, and I did it for 10 years long. And I did it while actually still being sick with MS. So my medical changed everything. You know, I don't try to bring things back personally for myself. I don't like to bring things back up when I know that I really can't move it the way I had moved it once upon a time as an advocate. So I let it sit. But I'm just as eager as I was personally eager in my own way to hear people and what motivates them and where their passion is. I've gotten used to hearing squabbles among people. As long as you're going to get minds and people that are comfortable with their words and friendships are built, people are going to be very expressive. All in all, what do I see maybe coming that affects us overall? I don't think it's a very promising. I don't want to burst nobody's bubble. I've looked at the bigger picture 20 years ago, and then now I get to see it written or in graphics per se, or in other conferences, it being discussed. I can't get people to, even in my senior building, I can't get people to even sit down and comprehend what the fuck I know. Or if it was you guys, we would sit and try to actually inform others. A lot of people completely don't have this working, right? So at some point, my physical limitations get really bogged down because I have to use energy to be expressive. Where before, when I wasn't sick, I didn't have to be bothered by that. So I look at things differently. You know, how you approach something, I have to look at it differently than before. But again, I knew advocates all around all 50 states at one time. I got rid of that list when I was done being a family rights advocate. I can reach the closest ones that were in my state at any given time and pick up where we left off. I've watched many of our environmental protests in the last 10 years, you know. I watch all that I can, and I know the machine is a very complex beast that all in all, most societies never conquered. The beast will change its capacity. It'll change its aim. It'll change its name. It's always reinforcing because you ain't taking it from its pedestal, you know? So I like to deal rationally, but I like to accept things reasonably and precise in a way. So I'm flexible in a lot of ways to a lot of things, and listening to people, I can see their flexible thought. Putting it into play is a whole nother ballgame. And you're still on only one subject when most of the times, most of what we're actually discussing is really just layers and layers to cover maybe 5 subjects, but naming it one, because that's the way it's built.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Well, when you say beast, what do you mean? Like the devil or?
No, just the
just like evil.
You know, the at least the machine that's been in play, you know.
Capitalism.
Oh, okay. I get you. I get what you're saying now.
Yeah.
The beast, the big beast, capitalism. You know, it's not like shutting the entire nation down at one shot. You must implement getting rid of currency a little at a time.
And you know that, and you know, Mark, like most of us would know, that that's ideally what New World Order is. So though we may not always see, when you look at those agendas, and again, once they actually have it published, written, and it's audio, you know, because again, most people just start looking, it's been there, right? So if I don't want to read, then I'll go ahead and get a link so that I'm hearing them in their conference or in their the UN's public speaking. So you have a sense. There's a lot of people in the dark, but you have a sense that it's already there. So they're many years ahead of us. And again, like most people in other groups that I follow and participate in, they only need to topple the US and it's a go, right? So
you lost me. They only need to
they only need to topple America. And then it's a go. Everything's in place.
Yeah, yeah. But that's not going to happen. But as long as we keep letting these damn federalists run the banks and whatnot and fund wars all over the planet, we're doomed. And the only way we're going to get around that is if people start feeding each other and start getting this capitalist system out of place, little by little, day by day. And
if you have less than, say you have 7 to 9 years to do that.
It would take me 3.
And you want to do it in 3. And you have under 50% of the population to even know what you're even talking about or what we actually know and comprehend. How do you actually get anybody to be side by side on anything for their better good? If under 50% of the population even know.
Going county to county, state to state, hold marches, hold rallies, big events. Lawsuits, exactly. I'm going to get, I need that paperwork too, because I'm damn sure going to file it here in Ohio.
And this brings me back, and I'm not going to say much after this. This brings me back to so much. This brings me back to so much that I completely observed for 10 straight years, 20 years ago. And that was advocates, no matter where they come from. It's like we're the finest of the fabric of this nice, beautiful knit or crocheted, you know, canvas. And unbeknownst to us is actually other people completely not aware of what we're aware of. When family rights advocacy was at its peak in the United States, it was the years of 2010 to 2012 for mainly all 50 states. And it was a big mission. Proclamations for a lot of different things across many of the different states pretty much was on the books at that point to try and, you know, protect the rights of a non-custodial parent. I myself was a non-custodial parent. It's always an optimistic view that I believe a lot of advocates have. And that's probably why we're in the lane that we stay in, because we're optimists, we're visionaries, we are earth shakers,
revolutionaries,
we're starters, we are initiators. And on the same note of this dance, the machine completely doesn't reward you no matter how hard your fight has been. I didn't see my kids. So like when I first came in and joined with Mark, and I told Mark, and I think it was Liz was on, and then there was somebody else I can't remember because I'm trying to see this screen and then the stream on the TV, that screen. But who I would have known 20 years ago. They came from all walks of life. We shared something very much powerfully in common. And that's your children are everything to you.
All children.
And the corruption will cost so many people so much, and it'll cost many people their life. And at some point, if you make it, it might cost your kids their life. When I got to see that so raw, it affected me so personally. I would never step back into that lane. I don't mind being the vehicle moving in another lane as long as there's passion with it, you know? So it's hard to tell different people what that beast, I think we all know what it's capable of. We know it's actual enormous, you know, I'm gonna make up a word, the enormity of it. And until those at the top are done with it themselves, you're either going to see it remain or you're going to see it transform to something, you know, not as forceful, but, you know, maybe a little bit more, you know.
It
I mean,
it still seems like we're just all just kind of like just willing to just lay down and accept
do
it.
something with your mic, honey.
I'm saying,
there you go. All right, good.
Okay, I'm saying it seems like we're all still so comfortable with just laying down and allowing the injustice and the corruption to continue to happen. To say something like, you know, until the people at the top get tired, when does the oppressor get tired of oppressing? You know, but when does the oppressed get tired of being oppressed?
Right, and that's the thing. So when you look at these paradigms, it's sort of how much more talking can any one of us still do in our week?
That's why we're not talking anymore. It's time to start implementing those things. And the thing is the thing that stops us the most is the work and the effort, the determination and the commitment and dedication to the research and the study to get the, you know, to get the format, to get the right language. You get what I'm saying? And so this has all been produced already. So all we have to do is go in and change it to our respective states information. And then now that part is done. The notice is out there that the people are standing up and we are taking our constitutional rights, which goes to our natural birth rights.
Right, inalienable rights.
Just to be here.
Right.
And we can stand up and we can say we have our rights. And see, when the people begin to see there is a number of people saying the same thing and the message is being put out. It's going across social media, it's going across, you know, whatever platform. You get what I'm saying? And it doesn't change what you, okay, so let me give this example. It's like the LGBTQ community. They have their flag is recognized now and flying in many different areas in the country now. It's the people who have a single mind concept on their freedom to self-identify.
Yeah.
And this is one of the first things that we can do when we come of age is to identify with who we are and how we want to identify ourselves through gender, origin, sex, whatever. We have the right to do this. And so they have been given this political stand now and standing as a community together to make this happen. So just like they did that, so did the United States of America get established through the Declaration of Independence. So if they were able to form this humongous corporation starting with 13 people who took on their own colony. They came together in agreement, and then they kept on writing stuff until people got it. They kept on using propaganda until people understood the message. They put the children in school and started to indoctrinate them into their system. So the point of the matter is if we begin to bring our children out of the indoctrination system and begin to homeschool them and use the support of others who are doing the same thing. Yes, we still have to work because we still need money until we're able to be self-sufficient. That comes with time. It comes with effort. So we can't just think we're going to jump all the way out the system. If you're not able to, you're not able to. You take your steps. But the point of the matter is to take the steps and to know that you are not alone. There is a support system here for any woman who wants to homeschool their child and doesn't know that they have the right to do so. There is support for the woman who is suffering domestic violence and cannot and feels like she has no place to go. There is a network and a support system that is here and available to these women. If we never build it, they'll never have a place to come to. What are we advocating for?
We also have because of all that stuff that happened in 1933, we have our homes are supposed to be paid for. That is a fact. That is written down. That is something that I can start teaching people too. That's a big bill that people would have off of their lives. And then you'd only have to work a few hours. You know, if your home was paid for, you'd go out to work for your electricity and all that, and then you'd still have time with your kids though. That's a problem. Everybody's working 40 plus hours a week, and they don't get enough time for their kids.
I had to learn in my personal experience how to fall back from a career. I had just graduated from the University of South Alabama, go Jags, with my BSW, my bachelor's in social work. In an internship, I was gonna get the job, but the job fell through. At the same time, my youngest daughter was diagnosed with mild to moderate hearing loss. On top of that, she had been suffering from some developmental delays because her 8th month, she had a seizure due to a fever and the MMR shots. Okay, so here we are at the age of 7 for her, and there's a developmental delay, and she was not being treated early at school. We did the IEP. They did not follow through with the way they were supposed to follow through. I was finding out at this time that I had the right as her mother to remove her from this system and then to build a program of my own in a homeschooling program. So I began to research in 2017, and I've been on a continuous research on how to build a school or to build a curriculum around my child and her special abilities. Not disabilities, but her abilities, because she has taught me how to teach her. And I have not used a strict guideline with her. She's showing me what her interests are, and she's beginning to write. And I'm learning because of what she's showing me that she's showing me signs of dyslexia. Now I know as her mother how to get her the proper assistance, and I didn't push her off on anyone else for a job. Now, the only reason I'm able to do this is because I was prepared ahead of time. I didn't know what my mission was. I didn't know what was in store for me. But God knows, and He'll go before us when we're obedient to His will and His call on our life. So I went into the military and I retired out after 12 years, where I'm able to live at a lesser means. I had to give up a house. I had to give up a car. I had to give up the ideas and the dreams of a career I had just worked so hard for. I bounced from a 1.56 GPA to a 2.6 GPA and entered into the program of social work in just the nick of time because I had enough determination to do so. Now I gotta stop my career and my dream because my child needs me more than I need that job. And in the process of all of that, no one understood how I have all this smart, how I have all this intelligence, how I have all these skills and abilities, and you would choose to stay home with your children? Send them to school. But the school was not implementing the correct the procedures that they were supposed to implement to care for my child outside of my care. Right. And they would not allow me to come into the school, into the classroom to assist. And she had a teacher who was suffering from anxiety and had no assistance in the classroom. And they had cut off the ability for parents to come into the classroom without first announcing yourself and getting approval from the teacher. Now, if I got to go through all of that to see what you're doing for them 8 hours that you got my child, I don't trust the process.
The regulations have gotten so thick in every formula to our way of life and living. That is number one. That's the kneecap of the beast. Regulations. Right. When you think about a body and you think about it, and most of us would explain different parts of it to the systems of systems. Most people are eager for a lot of adaptation, pursuit of change to benefit somebody personally, collectively. And again, I see life at this point where I'm at, and I look back, and it's sort of like there's so few, and I can't say few, but you've got so many people that just, they're so not engaged. And there's just a handful that we keep on trotting and pushing. And it's just not, I will never look at another advocate and say, anything on the pessimist sort of angle, but it's like such a huge society to all of our communities.
I'd like to say this.
Are there many like you?
I'd like to say this, that as far as this concept of everybody working 40 hours a week and career, that's where we were bamboozled, paying for all of this stuff, which has no meaning, collecting things in our life which have absolutely no meaning. Careers, no meaning. It has no meaning. We were tricked into that bull crap. That is slavers' mentality, that you have to work 40 hours a week. A woman can go off and do something that she loves to do as something she wants to do, and it doesn't make any money. While she's gone, the father can be home raising the child. That way you have independence in the family. The family is taking care of itself. They have the mother and the father at home. And without that dynamic, you don't have a family.
Okay, well, guess what, Mark? That is not reality in today's world, because half the men are in prison and the other half are liking the other men. So the point of the matter is that there is there's a wide gap.
So why do you want to send your kids to school when you know parents are like that? Okay. Why do you want to send your kids to a school when you know the other kids are like that? No, excuse me. No,
you are hollering and you are way out of line.
You don't ever let anyone talk.
Because I'm responding to something that you said.
That's all right, cool.
I am responding to something that you said. You can be tired all you want. But see, guess what, Mr. President? You want to take on the whole country. You want to take on the whole nation, but you can't even be quiet and hold your horses for 5 minutes while I say what I'm saying in combination.
You want to talk, but you never want to listen.
You ain't got, now you want to tear me down. Now you mad.
You never want to listen.
You don't
listen. You don't listen. You don't
listen. I ain't got to listen, because guess what?
No, you don't. That's why I don't listen to you.
You ain't got to listen to me, but guess what? You are not the only person. You are not the only person on this live stream, and you are not the only person that I'm speaking to. So therefore, You can listen or choose not to, but in the process, you can mute yourself if you ain't interested in what I have to say to begin with.
Kerry Adams and none of the usual suspects, Asheda Veda or Mark, don't interfere with the matriarch's affairs. I heard Asheda Veda talk about this beast, this Gorgo, this Cretan, this thing called God. But there will be no God without Goddess, the creator. That's why the matriarch is here. If you look outside this country, all of you are talking about the Second Amendment and what's good for America. But what's good for America is not good for the rest of the planet Earth under the creator. And here's why I said it better, Mark. And I appreciate Miss Adams because she don't speak inside this network. But here's what I know. I want y'all to lay the map of the world. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. What's good for everybody in the United States of America got to be good for everybody outside of the United States of America. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Moors, Muslim, Christian, Hebrew, Israelite, your contract, your treaty is null and void because none of the sovereign, independent African indigenous women, including white women, was at the table for this document. That's why the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, and this thing called the Bible, Torah, Quran.
I don't want anybody else to raise my child. That's why I say bring your child.
About your child. You're looking at the micro level. I'm not talking about your child. On behalf of the creator,
responding to you, Mandela.
On behalf of the creator and the matriarch, that's what I bring to the table. And I know that white women and black women are being brutalized by their bae, their boo, their father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. And your mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother was brutalized by your father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, and your uncle, because he performed incest and incest with all you women. And the Roman Catholic Church and the nuns will tell you, Mandela Khan's right. Y'all hiding this shit under the Masonic order of the patriarch. You were supposed to be a chosen daughter of the matriarch, but you equivalent while in the environment with Joe, with John, and the president, when you know under
Mandela Khan, please.
Mental magic and physical magic, you know why the matriarch is here.
All right, all right,
everybody outside the United States of America. This guy is a nigga with no teeth. That's what the that's what Grand Führer, that's what the Grand Wizard called him. And Joe Gibson, I was called.
Anyway, enough of that shit.
I was called a nigga for 3 years on Joe Gibson, but I'm the baddest. I'm the baddest.
Get your ass out of here, Mandela Khan, with that bullshit. Get out of here with that shit. Don't nobody need to hear that bullshit. It's too late in the damn evening.
You are a representative of.
It's too late in the evening for that bullshit.
Don't you represent the red, white, and blue? You hate the.
Okay, so we did, the conversation did lead towards our children, right? And our children are our legacy. That is our progeny. That is the progeny that we are supposed to be building.
On the planet, not in America.
It's going to take generations to get us out of this situation. So we have to start at home. This is the reprogramming system. Now, like I was trying to respond to you, Mark, what I was saying was, and I was not attacking you, what I was trying to get you to understand is that we are in a different frame of mind. There's a lot of different aspects to what a relationship is and what it is considered to be. Now, we are not ones to judge how anyone chooses to love and have their family. But in any family situation, no matter who you with or the type of relationship that you have, it's a matter of really learning how to live with another person or other people and how to do it. And
what is the Grand Wizard of the Mango Fingers?
to cut it out. And what we don't do is
November 2020.
Mandela Khan, I'm gonna need you to stop. Because see, you
The
being messy,
motherfucker with the
and
mango finger.
it don't make no sense. The mess that you throwing around right now is just stop. So all I'm trying to say is, and I know I'm a little long-winded, and I'm trying to shorten my responses, but I feel like sometimes it is necessary to give an understanding of what I'm speaking, so you know I'm not just running my mouth. I'm speaking from a different place. And I'm speaking from a place of understanding. And this is what we must come into. We must have a little understanding with one another. And that is the whole point of advocating for anyone, is to have understanding in their situation and looking at a person in their environment. No environment is the same. So you have to analyze, you have to be an anthropologist, a sociologist, a psychologist, and you just might as well be a psychiatrist, right, and a pharmacist.
Right. Right.
Okay. And so the point is you have to be able to take on people and help them to heal themselves from within. And this is a concept that I have, heal from within, where it's working with energy and working with your chakra system and knowing who you are from those points of yourself and identifying with the issues that lie within those points as you elevate up into your heart. Now, once you get into your heart, we're talking about something totally different. And then once you have dealt with the issues of your heart, your throat chakra opens and gives you the ability to speak truth. Now, once you have the ability to speak truth, your third eye is open. That means you are intuitively informed about what is going on around you, and therefore your crown is opened up where you can receive divine and spiritual information to pass through, and you become a channel, a vessel for the message. And you can have only peace come to you from that mind frame, because now you're attached to universal knowledge. The name Akshita Veda means permanent sacred knowledge. This is a name that was given to me in my spiritual journey, which made me to know what my call is, what my mission, my purpose is. And this was the final answer that was given to me, was I am Akshita Veda.
May I?
You may.
That's your personal journey. And
okay, and I'm only speaking for me, Mark, because I'm giving, don't you cut me off to say anything about what I have to say about.
Just a minute. Now, I asked for a second.
Wait, just a minute.
I asked for a second and you automatically interrupted. That's your spiritual journey,
can't be co-host
and I don't want my kid around you.
You can't be
co-host. Your personal journey. I don't want my kid around you. Okay, that's my prerogative.
You can't take, okay, your prerogative. You like a big whiny baby and you too old for that.
You whining. I don't want my kid around you. You have.
Why? Why would you say that?
We ain't even worried about that. That's a hypothetical situation.
Why would you say that, Mark?
Huh?
Well, I missed something. Why would you say that?
She's talking about third eye chakra and all this and heart and mind. I don't want my kid around her teachings, which a lot of people don't want their kids around her teachings. And that is our prerogative. That is our prerogative, how we raise our children.
Well, you know what? Most people are giving their children these days, because the children are coming here differently.
I can show you guys how to check this.
I've raised 20.
The children are coming here and they are not able to be programmed by this system. Therefore, they need someone who can think outside the box and to really see them and to understand them. This thing is way bigger than your mind could ever put around.
That's what
I can show you how to check your chakras.
That's what you say. That is too big for my mind because I'm a peon.
Because I'm the mother. I'm the mother.
Good for you. Good for you.
I am the mother of two of them.
I've had 20.
Not only that, I have been in contact with many other children who are just like mine, and their mothers have the same stories and the same emotions and the same things I have, and go through the same changes and differences with people treating them different, turning their back because they don't understand their children.
What is the problem?
You can't talk to me about that unless you know what I'm talking about.
I've raised 20 children. 20 children. So
good for you.
What's this deal with you? I'm woman, hear me roar, bull crap. And I've done the same thing you've done. I can mop a floor, wash dishes just like you. Only thing I can't do is have a child.
What you're saying about yourself right now.
There we go. Okay, I'm done. I'm done because you don't listen. You do not listen.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Now you want to mute me because you can't take it.
Yeah, because I'm the host.
Okay, host, so now you get to wave your little host finger around and mute people.
Yep, sure do. It's nice too.
Shut up, you guys. Come on now.
I bet you won't have your job long. Don't let me come.
No, because I'm going on the road on my campaign, which you said I can't do.
I have done nothing but encourage you, Mark.
No, you haven't.
You.
No, you haven't given me any encouragement.
Yes, she has. She's been real with you.
Before this moment, before you jumped into your feelings and emotions on something that ain't got nothing to do with
I don't have feelings and emotions. I'm too old. I'm just
your finger show is emotion.
Hey, I'm washing my stockings in the thing right now, so all you guys shut up. I'm just teasing.
It's all good. Sometimes we need to be told to shut up. You say it nicely, Sarah. So you know, you can tell me to shut the hell
up. Hey, I'm washing my stockings in this garbage can right now, so.
Whatever works.
Oh yeah, you know. They get tangled up in the wash machine. So, as far as the chakras, though, Mark.
Yeah. Okay, I'm listening.
I believe in the chakras. I actually,
I
deal with them all the time. They are, and I can even teach you how to open them up and see if they're open or closed or which ones you got problems with. It's all by a crystal.
Hey, by the way, guys, I actually sell some.
Huh?
I'll have to do a little stream and maybe personally send it to you or something. But after I had a major surgery in September, I kind of tapered off with my live streams. But
the thing is, what I like to say is, why do people consider that I haven't had these studies in my life? Why do people
considered anything? You say
why
what
did you just cut out Carrie?
Your brain, what you know. You too old for this, Mark.
There you
I ain't even calling you Mr.
Why did you cut out Carrie? She was talking.
You cut
I didn't pause anybody.
Yeah, she was in the middle of saying
I didn't look. My hands are free. I didn't touch anything.
You started talking.
I didn't touch anything. I didn't pause anything.
You cut her off. She was talking. We were listening to her, and then you came in and said, "Start talking." It's like, what? We were just talking to Carrie. She was talking about how. Where were you at? I can't remember now.
He was talking about stones and crystals.
Like a big old baby, man, because it's chocolate milk.
I have to jump in where I can because this is a woman's fight.
We are not. No,
really weigh in too good on
it. You got to put the chocolate
hey,
stir the cup up while you.
I tell you what.
You can't rush the chocolate milk.
I tell you what, y'all ain't gonna sit up here and.
Well, guess what? I ain't calling you Mr. President no more.
I ain't the one. I
know you ain't the one. That's why I ain't gonna call you Mr. President no more. See how.
I ain't the one.
Oh, well.
Hey, I love you, Al. That count?
Who else is sitting back like me?
As I was saying, I've studied from some of the great masters around the world because I have traveled.
Oh, what? What's their name?
And here you go. Damn it, Ken. You worse than Mandelicon.
I just want you to
damn, are y'all related?
Go no further
y'all
without
brother and sister? What the hell?
The burden of proof is on you, Mark.
No, she's my sister.
Mine. I'm going out there and getting her done. I've had MK Ultra victims here in the house and raised 20 children. How about you? How about you? All mine are successful.
A victim of parenthood.
All my children are successful.
Great job, Dad.
What?
You can't have 20 kids.
Did I slip on something? All my children are successful.
Great job, Dad. What the hell? What you want to fight?
You.
I said, great job, Dad. What I got a red shirt on, looking like a matador? You want
I get that. I get that. I get great job, Dad, from children that aren't my own. I've done my work.
Okay, done your work, and I'm not a child of yours. And I said, great job,
We had
Dad.
a conversation going now.
Hey, how you doing, David?
Well, I'm just trying to chime in, man.
Come on, man.
He's not dumb enough to get involved in this.
No, I can't. I'm not going to squabble. I mean, I showed my ass the other night, last week or so, and I jumped all over John.
Well, yeah, he did. Probably deserved it though, David.
Well, he gets these mental blocks where he doesn't have the comprehension about the conversation, much less, about history.
Well, it ain't too nice to talk about him, and he ain't here. So
I already said that. Yeah, can't do that anymore.
Well, anyway, yeah, I showed my ass the other night.
Yes, you did.
We can all be just
very
a little
bit. Very assertive. Not aggressive either. Just very assertive.
Well, I shouldn't have said what I said. I was just being too strict. I don't know. I was being too fucking prison yard, I guess. No, I said we had the conversation going when Carrie brought it up. This damn system. It's a system of dictate, and they are the ones that are manipulating how things are founded and how whether the dollar is going to stretch this way or it's got to collapse over here.
Yep.
What the interest rate is. Whether there's going to be a cost of living adjustment by the Fed or just the whole damn thing's manipulated.
Yep.
So what are we going to do? Fact is that New York City is the financial capital of the world. The headquarters of the IMF is in the United Arab Emirates. And if we can fix this country, the whole fucking world gets fixed. So what we have to do is eliminate the power of these freaking banks. They have got the institution called government held hostage, on an individual level. Okay. Yeah. Because they grease the wheels, and then there's blackmail going on, and then there's the extortion, the getting in deeper and getting in deeper. It is, they have locked it up so much that they actually protect one another.
Yep.
Okay, but this band is not as big as we think it is. It's not near as big as we think it is. And they don't have the protection that everybody thinks that they've got. And I'm talking about all of the centralized federal governments.
Delusion. It's an illusion, right?
It is a delusional perception. That people are just.
So how do we break that? Because that's what people are afraid of.
Well, of course, and you can't threaten an animal in nature about tomorrow.
Okay.
But a human being, you can threaten them about tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, so it means we're malleable like clay. Well, either we're going to serve God or we're going to serve the money. And so far everybody's in line with who's going to grease my palm this week, because they see no other options other than serving the dollar to keep keep the kids fed, because they don't have any other reality. They don't have any other knowledge.
We don't have any other way to feed ourselves besides, well, that's not true either. Sorry. Yeah, just whatever.
No, well, I
Sorry.
mean, well, see, this is where the discussion has to go. Is everybody seems to be dependent and chained by the economic system, so we have to get out of that. And if we get out, if we get out of that, well, you know, in all actuality, it can be changed overnight by express dissent directly upon Congress. This is walking in law, in authority, the assembly of the people, placing on top of Congress the lawful dictate to outlaw the bankers. The banking institutions can remain, but the banksters and this thing called making money off of money, which is an interest rate, that is loaning the money for an interest. All of that portion of it's got to go. But we can lawfully do an express dissent about our government being held hostage. Now, what that's going to entail is they're going to totally ignore. Okay? And when that happens, the military has to have already been brought into it, because those are U.S. citizens. All the police officers, all the sheriff's department, the order followers within the CIA, within the FBI, they are all citizenry of the United States. And the fact is that our government has been held hostage and turned as a hostile enemy against us years and years ago. And so they have to be unseated. They do not have the protections that everybody thinks that they have.
Together, we can do this too.
Oh, absolutely. But you want to follow due process of law, which is, hey, fuckers, yeah, y'all are criminals. You've evidenced your criminality. This is the mandated judicial order. You will outlaw banking as we fucking know it, which is loaning the money, which is manipulation of the interest rate. I mean, yeah, the whole ball of wax that they have been doing nothing but making, 5,000% profit upon.
Sorry.
They're not going to want to stand down, to shut down Congress and reelect people in those slots instead of politicians of a bloodline. They're not going to want to do that, so they're going to have to be removed. They do not have the protections that everybody thinks that they have. It's not there.
I believe that. I really believe that. Why would they?
I know so.
Why else would they bring the UN the UN soldiers in?
It's all about the show. It's all about the show of force.
Has not been confirmed.
But the hell, UN's been over here for fucking 25 years, baby.
That's true. They got a headquarters in Washington or New York, right?
They have all different levels of training in all the different militaries, and at different bases all around the world.
Sure.
Not just here. It's about the United Nations is a world police, but it is the police. It is the military of the bankers.
So what do you think
about that? Doesn't mean that the order followers belong to the bankers. Hell, fucking no. They are citizens of the country where they are from, right?
Right.
The people need to understand that those are your sons and daughters. This centralized government is just a dictating mouthpiece from the short guy behind a fucking curtain.
Trying to take our brain, our courage, and our hearts.
Well, they've already been very successful about doing that, Sarah, because everybody is chained by the urgency, the necessity of get up to an alarm clock so that you can go to work and earn pieces of paper that don't have any values in order to exchange those pieces of fucking paper for some bread and some beans.
Correct.
Right? Everybody's just going to have to get their mind out of this idea that government it's okay that government dictates to us and to my family and to my friends. It's okay that they use force upon them for them to comply with their revenue generating codes and statutes, which have nothing to do with states of being, relation, and business dealings.
I agree with
It's
that.
it's about control.
Like you said, like a centralized government, but do we really operate off a centralized government? Because once a federal law is passed, the states can adopt the law or not, and it's not always imposed by the federal government unless the people stand up and demand that it be implemented within that state, because the state is choosing not to adopt it. So the people would have to stand up. So the point I'm saying is, it's not really a centralized government when there's still ambiguity in the policies and legislations that are being pushed out. Not only that, the options are being given to adopt it or to not adopt it, and the states can and local officials have the authority to choose this. And so where we lose out as a people is we're not paying attention to the local municipalities. We're not paying attention to those elections, because that's where we go in and make a difference by showing up, going to the budgetary meetings and finding out what's going on and getting the people in the communities involved and going and understanding the importance of going to these meetings. I didn't grow up talking about going to city council meetings, budgetary meetings. I didn't even understand how the city council runs the budget for the whole city. And if we as a community come together and stand up against something that is being or on the table to be enforced within the community, that's going to change the dynamics within that community, there's no one from that community to say, I object to that and this is why. And here's plenty more people who agree with me. So now it becomes, you have to rule against the people to some degree. Or is it going to be by force, or are the people going to get what they want? And most times when the people stand up and take the necessary measures, change takes place. And it may be small changes and small efforts, but if more people become more involved, if more college students begin to be more involved and understand the importance of their voice being heard, then we could truly make a difference.
May I speak?
Yeah, I got to get closer to the mic, Mark.
Okay. The thing is, with that concept, that we don't have the necessary time to have our voices heard because we're stuck in this artificial scarcity that the government has created to control all of us, and this system has to fall.
Obviously, you're not in touch with any millennials.
Can I speak, please?
Don't talk
well,
over
what I'm saying is, I hear what you're saying, and on top of that, you got to be in touch with the millennials.
May I speak, please?
You got to be in touch with the millennials. You can't speak from your age alone. You have to look at the millennials, because they are the ones who are in the position at the time. And if you're not connecting with them,
God, woman,
if you're not connecting with the children, nothing you're saying is
relevant.
Rude. So why continue to allow you?
You're rude and you're spoiled.
Excuse me?
I would say that, you did interrupt, Mark.
You're really turning out to be such not a nice guy, Mark. And I don't see how a person like you would get the people's vote, because you don't even know how to be respectful in your words.
Okay, guys, come on.
All right, Mark.
Let Mark finish. And then you can come back and say what you need to say. Go ahead, Mark.
I forgot what I was going to freaking say because every time I open my mouth.
Oh, not every time.
Boom.
Every time means every time. That's not what happens. It happens a lot, maybe, but not every time. You got to be careful with those kind of words.
I'm going to try to reiterate this chain of thought that I was going on.
Well, if it's true,
You can do it. You can do it.
There it goes. There it
And once the president finishes, the matriarch like to have a few words.
See, this is why I would make an excellent president, because I have the patience to withstand all of this bull crap.
I haven't seen you display any bit
There
of
we go.
See what I'm saying? No patience.
Well,
What if I have
you guys are being
You're
very
not giving me
adolescent, you
consideration.
know. You guys are being very adolescent, you know.
And
You
there
don't
we
know what my disability is.
Kerry Adams.
All I know is that Mark was trying to talk.
Kerry Adams.
Carry
Adams and Sarah Steele.
Some of the most brutal confrontations I have ever seen and heard among people in general is with advocates. Stuff becomes general, then it becomes specific, then it's now next to being personal, and then it has this wheel. And if we all take a look at that damn wheel, we wouldn't build it that way. So we have to really take a look at our damn selves if we're advocating anything.
Amen.
Kerry Adams and Sarah Steele, if I may, on behalf of both of your entries.
Messy.
Don't make it so long, please.
There's 8 people on the line. And whenever you don't hear my voice, Akshay Veda, President Joe Gibson, John Son, I have been personally interacting with over 100 people. I want to ask all you 7 frenemy combatants, since you came on the Zoom, how many other people have you interacted with? And I'll tell you how many, not a goddamn soul. But when you don't hear my voice, I'm interacting with over 100 people because of the matriarch and class action 567 and all
Yeah,
over
how many
planet
of them
Earth.
think you're crazy?
I'm trying to.
Excuse me, but I just brought 300 people to this
platform. And you. I
brought 300 people to this platform tonight.
That's not what I'm talking about. When you speak.
Who did you bring with you tonight?
That's not what I'm talking about. For a week, add up over 100 people that don't want to hear about the matriarch. And I don't have to be on Joe Gibson's program, Tyrone Thompson, or Zoom. I interact with.
I don't have to promote your matriarch.
And don't do it because you are attacking it. Because you're a nigga with no teeth.
I'm not attacking your matriarch.
Yes, you are. Because you can't bring nobody to Zoom Network.
Don't care. You're really annoying me.
Sarah, we need a plethora and a multitude of people.
All right.
2020. We need a multitude of people. Only the matriarch. Class action 567.
Bye. Damn it. Now, I hate to be like John Son. I hate to be like John and say that every time I start speaking, someone interrupts me, but I get about 5 seconds.
Sarah, what are you doing?
I'm leaving, Han.
You're leaving. Hey, can someone else co-host? Because this has gotten out of hand and I'm a bit frustrated.
Yep.
And I'm going to take my old ass to bed and I'm going to have sweet dreams. But Carrie, you did something with your hair there and you look absolutely. Hey, wait a minute. Did she? Okay. You have anything to close this out with? Because or David Eugene, looks like we might get a word in edgewise somewhere. So go ahead, take it away.
Peace of mind is everything.
Isn't it though?
It sure is. So.
Yeah, well, as human beings, we find our assurances. and our confidence in something much, much greater than this small band of people that think that they be.
Yeah, the world is way much bigger than us, ain't it?
Oh yeah.
Can I speak now?
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, as far as the chakras and the crystals and stuff like that, I don't have anything against that. I really don't. That is what you want to teach. That is what you want to do. But everybody has a right to their own opinion. That's the Constitution at its foundation. Every child is not equipped to have to deal with the kid down the street that's picking boogers out his nose because his IQ is so much higher or lower. He doesn't have time to be messing around with the personal hygiene habits of Bobby Booty Picker down the street and sharing all these germs all over everywhere. This is not the way to raise a nation. The same thing with the penitentiary system. You put all these people together. Who ever heard of MRSA before? You know, that's not a common disease. But now that they've got all these people together in jails and they're inoculating them, what's the first thing that happens? People get MRSA, they come out of the county jail, they bring that shit home to their families, and it kills them. You know, so the way that this country has been going and the way society has been going as a whole, if we don't change what we've been doing, we're going to die. We're going to die. This planet cannot sustain what we're doing to it. Go ahead.
Okay, well, that was nice, and it was informative because a lot of people do not understand what those who serve time in prison or jail go through. And a lot of times those stories are not even heard. They're not even heard beyond the cell walls, you know, and that's always been an interest of mine. So I'm always curious to know the experience of those who have had these experiences. And this is also an important aspect. Excuse me. This is also an important aspect to what I speak. And I may not be able to get it all out in one sentence. And it's so big that it can only be broken down into nice sized chunks, because bite size is too small because we have too far to go and we don't have that much time to do what we need to do. You get what I'm saying? And not saying that, but it's just only so often that certain alignments take place. And the alignment is now no longer happening only in the sky, it's happening on ground. And so this is where our feet touch ground. We have to get out of our seats and get on our feet and get into the streets, like Mandela Khan says all the time. Right? And he says that, and it sounds rhythmic. You can just about dance to it when he says it.
You hear the cadence.
Right. And so, because the whole purpose is to get you out of your seat, to shake you up, to wake you up. Because at some point, we get into a deep coma-like sleep where we get so involved in our own life that we fall asleep to what's really going on, and we'll take a blind eye as if it's not going on, because everybody is comfortably uncomfortable. So until we get to the point to where the discomfort is so strong that we must do something to change. Like if you're sleeping in your bed and you're uncomfortable in a certain spot, do you lay there and stay with a crooked neck, or do you make adjustments to your body and to your pillows and blankets and your environment, whatever it is that you have to put up under your neck, and be comfortable, or adjust your body to a certain position to be comfortable? This is the same mechanism in which we all have to use in our own life and also as a community.
Reposition the mission.
Reposition the mission. That's dope, Carrie. See, I knew I liked you.
All depends on who you're sleeping with. Sometimes we don't get to reposition ourselves.
Well, you know, that's kind of a personal problem.
It's a personal thing, yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad my ears were blocked. I have such tender and sensitive ears. So you know what? God has a way of protecting us. Goddess, universe, whoever, the source, energy, all power. However that entity is to you, whatever that entity, whatever name you call it, her, him, whatever. There's no titles. There's no borders. There's no limitations. And so once we see beyond the restrictions of our minds, we can go so far. And that's the whole point. And this is the message of the matriarch. Get back to what makes sense. The mothers, the grandmothers, and the great-grandmothers are the backbone of every family. It takes a village to raise a child. Now, as I was saying earlier, which I did not get a chance to finish, speaking on the family system, there is a difference in the makeup of a family today. That doesn't mean that it lacks love. That doesn't mean that it lacks the worthiness to be a happy situation and environment for those that it works with. I have friends who have same-sex marriages, and I promise they seem like they are the happiest today than they were when they were in a different type of relationship. Who am I to judge, and who are you to judge? The point of the matter is that I see smiles, I see brightness, and I see elevation and ascension in their experience. And it has nothing to do with who they choose to lay with. It has everything to do with who they are as a person. Now, I just want to say this real quick, just to back up what I said and why I said that, and then I'll be done, Mark. So thank you. But what I wanted to say is if we all closed our eyes and we jumped out of our body and we went into the universe and we met someone that we were entangled, our souls, our energy, our spirit entangled with someone. We come back down into this body and we open up our eyes and we have no idea what the person would look like because they're only in a body, a shell, a covering, a vehicle. The vehicle may be banged up. It may be beautiful. It may not be so pleasant to the eye. It may not be what you consider to be beautiful or what you expected it to be. But the point of the matter is, it does be. And so if you could just close your eyes and see and feel what you feel and be loved, just be loved, then we would all be okay. But see, that's so much easier said than done. So the point of the matter is, let people love who they love, and you love who you love, and you get out of the seat of judgment. And as you get out of your seat of judgment, you will have nothing to worry about, because if you're not judging, you're not worried about being judged.
Exactly.
Become the mirror.
All right, here we go. Now here
comes the reflection of you. And this
here
is how
comes the hard truth.
This is how we begin to heal one another, especially as women. You asked the question earlier, Sarah, how do we do that? And I said encouragement and empowerment, giving a simple compliment and reminding each other that we are beautiful. And I thought it was a very nice thing that Mark complimented you on your hair, Carrie, because I was noticing your hair and how nicely feathered it is. And then Mandela Khan came right behind that, and he says, you are beautiful. You are a daughter of the matriarch. And he gives you a title, which is in high regards, which is a title of honor. That's not a title of disrespect. He's saying no matter, because I am the chosen daughter. I am a daughter of the matriarch. So the point is that if we're both daughters of the same house, then we come from the same love.
Right.
And if we didn't have to look alike to be that.
Oh, I totally understood.
So I just wanted to say that little piece right there and lay it out on the table. I don't come here to debate or to see how much breath I can hold and cussing someone out.
You're doing your bit.
Well, I want to tell you this, Mark. I do know how to stand up and hold my own. So if you come against me, you better be ready. And that's all.
Yeah, the truth is coming. The truth is coming.
Well, I'm ready for you, Mark. I'll put my boxing gloves on for you.
Okay.
So,
me and Aveda are
you watch what you may need.
The thing is this.
I'm next, God damn it.
I done had my hand up for 3 damn minutes while she went on that rant.
Shut up and I'll mute you.
Now, you can't. You're not even the host anymore.
I am too.
I'll mute myself.
Oh, good job. That's about the best thing he done did all night.
Me and Aveda, the minute I met her, I knew she was my sister. I felt it. But as far as I was seeing you doing the closing the eye thing, I sat here to close my eyes. But I know that our eyes are very judgmental, and that's where I really think that's where you just got to do what Veda said. Shut your eyes once in a while and just let things be. Because when I do a massage, I do my massage probably 85% with my eyes closed, because I don't need to see what's going on. I know it's all about the feel, and wherever the energy takes me, that's where I need to be.
Absolutely.
I have to bring it back sometimes and say, well, they're kind of complaining about this place, so that's where they work. They want their work done, but that isn't always where they need the work done. You just got to
exactly. You have to feel, because some things are connected and you don't realize the pain is pinching a nerve, which is sending the pain to a different location. So if you get to the appropriate location, you get to the root of the pain, and then you heal the person or help the person to understand where that pain actually is. And so that all comes with being able to read energy. And isn't that what they call Reiki or Reiki? But I'm not studied in that. That's natural to me.
That is your chakras in your hands. So your hands are full of chakras, little chakras.
Right.
And it has to do with energy, but it also has to do with opening up the chakras. So if you take a crystal, and I can show you guys this sometime too. You take a crystal and you hold it above each chakra, it'll move. It'll go back and forth. It'll go around and around. But if it's going counterclockwise, it means it's closed. If it goes clockwise.
Oh, yeah, you showed us that before.
It's open. Yeah. If it goes really wide, like really, I can't get my camera to work here. But if it goes really, really wide and it's open, that's not good either, because that means it's too open. You need that balance in between everything. And each chakra has they have emotions that are tied with them. They have organs that are tied with them. If one chakra is closed, that means all the other chakras have to work harder to keep everything functioning.
Right.
That's why it's really important.
Usually right at the solar plexus.
Yeah, solar plexus, which is your self-esteem, which is your hidden truth, and what else is self-esteem? A lot of things. It's color yellow.
But it's also directly associated with the sun, and so that's where we get our energy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what crystals do too. Is when you have crystals hanging around your house, they absorb the negativity.
If I can show you,
they absorb the negativity, and they put out the energy, and they're cleansed by the moon, and they energized by the sun. Well, of course, they make rainbows too. My kitchen's full of rainbows when the sun comes in, because I got a few of them hanging in the windows. But eyes are definitely judgmental, and we need to quit judging people. We need to quit putting the adjectives on people. We're humans. Oh, look at that. Neat. Oh, I like the heart. The heart, is that tiger eye? It's a tiger eye. You got a black onyx.
That's some.
You got an agate?
I had everything arranged very differently, and I've got so much still that is packed up.
Look at the green.
So beautiful.
Ooh.
Oh, I love that.
Awesome. Hey, wait, I can't see those. Talk again, Carrie.
Oh.
Do you shape the stones?
No, I've actually bought these. These are not anything of personal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, let me see that again. I want one.
They're beautiful.
I like the necklace ones. Yeah. You got to talk though, honey, so I can see them, because otherwise you're gonna.
Yeah, even my lights for some reason though, I've got the 2 bulbs on.
Okay, the green one, the evade.
Some of my other personal collection. I don't know if you can even see that.
I can. Just keep talking. I'll be able to see it again.
So I got, and like I said, once I had my surgery and I knew I was, I was just really starting.
Look at those. All beautiful.
Yeah. Dealing with different dealers from, of course, China, India, Pakistan.
Like the pink onyx.
This is a favorite of mine for sure.
Ooh, is that agate?
Yeah. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's purple. It's what the fuck is it? Whoa, what's the name?
Amethyst?
Yes.
No.
That's not an amethyst though. That's multicolored. That's like it's like got a light in it.
Well,
and what's really hard, though, you know, I had all intentions of streaming, because when you talk of your daughter, I have a grandson that was injured at 3 months of age, shaken baby syndrome. Here's another beautiful piece.
Ooh, that's black onyx, ain't it? Nope, that's a purple one too.
It's also in the purple family. It's so deep a purple.
Yeah, look like a plum black.
Well, yeah, it's set in a amethyst matrix.
Yeah,
so
it was.
So with his injury, and he's completely he's never walked. He's now 4, so he's never walked. He doesn't talk. You know,
he can.
Deep sorrow from being my first grandchild, you know. My work field when I was much younger was special ed. So I have a whole kind of different perspective than most people about a lot of things, but I think it's because of my life experience. I'm definitely made for what I've endured. And it's always been inspirational and empowering to hand it off to other people that may not know how to fight a fight, how to sit still, how to reflect, how to not beat oneself up. You know, I've kind of learned a lot of these things. And like you said, your daughter teaches you. And I learned that as a professional in the classroom, that it's our kids that teach us.
Absolutely.
So with this in mind, the only way, because I've always had a love for rocks, nature, earth, trees especially, I decided to pick up a hobby that I let go of before I even had my kids. And so my inventory is about 200 pieces. And I had a lot more other table display and all of this, and I would go live stream. And then I came up with what I would name the, you know, how I could actually earn some money and it would help my daughter, you know. So there's a lot that personally touches me. So I'm always been a person to talk from the heart. And I do have trouble, honestly. I don't like to hear people raggedy towards one another, you know. I might grin about it, but it's something sad at the same time. So I've learned to discipline very deeply my personal self, my life. On the other side of the coin of when I was once healthy, when I met my grandson, he was healthy and then he was injured. And then I live with MS and 3 other conditions. So you start to see things much different than everybody. And you have a pace in handling things quite different than everybody else. That temperance is important. Dedication, loyalty, discipline, right up there with it, you know. But we have to, going back to family and group of advocates, be careful about how you speak words to one another.
Correct.
You know, some of the best friendships I had was definitely other advocates in the state of Illinois 20 years ago. When my grandson got injured 4 years ago, pretty much I just thought my life would take another path to pretty much advocate for shaken baby syndrome.
Well, it's not too late. And you're not alone.
My daughter is not even talking to me. So when we talk about those that are wounded, and I said that I was a non-custodial parent, and I dealt with parental alienation for a long time. I was a late mother in having my kids. The things I know now, the battle that I've been through, what I fought, when I had to consider firing my attorney to then go pro se, I know what I'm made of. Our kids today, if I can just be really raw, but I don't want to elaborate on it. I learned from a lot of other dads. Like I said, a lot of the friendships came because I was actually accepted into Illinois Fathers way back. So these wonderful, powerful, strong, and so respected relationships came by way of men. And that I would not be swept up by any goofy organization filled with women. I myself, on a personal level, have never had squabbles with women, not at all in my life. No matter that I was an adolescent at one time, I've been able to actually just be middle, you know, just peacemaker, assist people in healing, have others lean on me. And yet my attributes don't even reward me, but they do. Because though the battles that we have happen, sometimes it's, I mean, we learn different things along the way. We're to keep learning more about what is our content. What are we really, really made of, right? So they're very personal, they're deep. They can change you permanently. But I believe our kids today, especially with the broken family, and the whole agenda to destroy the family, it's the most demonic thing that I personally have faced. And so my kids themselves are victims of this. And then I have a daughter that has now this challenged child. And I've done everything to try and be there.
Amen.
It's not, I feel like it's another type of enemy, you know? So I did the rock and crystal project to raise money, so that would be something I could always monthly help her with.
I would love to.
And I don't even get phone calls. I don't bring my personal life onto to no forum. Been there, done that.
I would
I'm a lot more reserved now, you know.
I don't blame you. But I would love
to share with you something from my own experience.
Yeah.
Dealing with my daughter, not understanding what was going on with her. She didn't speak very audibly until after the age of 4. And that's when I realized, she was mild to moderately deaf. And she wasn't potty training until after the hearing was corrected.
Right.
And so what I want to tell you is when you're a mother dealing with that, a child of special needs, that takes so much out of you that you actually forget that there's people who love you and they get so busy in their own life that they forget, because they don't know the special circumstances that's going on in your life, that you just need a phone call. So if you're thinking about her, I just suggest that you just call her and don't have anything, just listen to her and find out where she is in her mind. Because see, a lot of women suffer through depression, social anxiety, especially dealing with a child that they can't take anywhere.
I know.
She can't go anywhere.
I have done everything one could imagine to keep that connection there.
But just be there, even if it's just a message every now and then, thinking about you. Hope everything is okay. If you need anything for grandson, let me know, because I'm here. And when she feels willingly enough, she will know that the door was never closed to you. Because you never, don't think that she's closed the door on you. She probably doesn't even know what to do right now. And how can you help her in a situation you don't understand? And you wouldn't understand it unless you were actually there dealing with it and seeing her actually diminish in this process. It takes a lot of rebuilding.
I have commuted 250 miles one way for the past 5 years. So there's a lot that I have seen.
Right. And you can only do so much.
And then for unknown reasons, then I'm pretty much cut out, you know.
You can only do so much.
So on a better note,
I would love to look at your collection someday, not tonight, but I would buy some.
It would be awesome if you would start putting your focus in your stones again and doing your live streams. And because I would love to see that. And sounds like you know a lot about your stones. So that's when I'm like, you know, I have to do that, refocus my mind. No matter what's going on, you cannot change those things that you cannot change.
Right.
You can accept them, and then you can move forward and focus your energy and your mind on something that is still going to bring you some type of peace and not, you know, diminishing in your spirit. You want to be uplifted all the time. So you can't change it. The best thing you can do is continue to push yourself to keep moving forward. Coming on these and on these chat, and focusing on your stones, and you know, possibly getting revenue to continue what you started it for. Do that.
Yeah.
Go on. Okay, Carrie, do you have a page on like Facebook or anything? Because if you don't, I got a website. If you want to take pictures, I'd advertise for you.
You know, we could probably talk a little bit more. I've tried to create a couple, you know.
I can help you create on.
And my problem with the MS is, let me show you my awesome chair, just so you see. Can you see?
Awesome. Yep, I see it.
That's my second chair, and in the last 2 years, I mean, I've got my physical challenges, you know.
Yep.
And I got sick about 20 years ago, so.
Is that when they diagnosed you with it?
I shouldn't be here, you know. And then when I have beaten a lot of odds, because it's a mind thing.
Yep.
You know, there's things that I don't do currently that I would have never thought that I would oppose 10 years ago. It doesn't cross your mind. So I understand in the moment, transition, flexibility. I understand a lot of things, you know, to which most of us would crumble, crash, and not make it through, you know. So when I see how, and I'm doing this alone. I mean, I do have caregivers that come in every day, but my family's not there, you know. So I've always been wanting to help a daughter with the need of a child that himself has a chair. But now that I've had this other surgery, I probably cannot pick him up. So there's a lot of things when you have change happen, and a lot of people are not that observant.
No.
Talk about some things when we're saying, I talk about, regulatory bullshit that is affecting, on average, everyday people. Sort of like, I know that's a big part of the problem. But on the other hand, I want to have the energy to put it towards the needs of, because when you have impact events in your life, you kind of turn the wheel a different direction.
You have to.
I've always thought I'd be there advocating in that state where she's at in behalf of Shaken Baby. I've tried.
When I had my oldest daughter, I've got a temper, and I can go from, well, I thought I used to go from 0 to 10, and I was like, what is wrong with me? But I'm incredibly strong. I'm strong anyways, but I'm incredibly strong when I'm mad. I mean, I'm almost sure at one time I could have picked up a car. So I was really afraid when I had my oldest daughter that I was going to hurt her, because I'd been in many physical fights and stuff. And I was definitely afraid of it, actually. And I remember one time I was home by myself, and she was only a couple months old, and she wouldn't quit crying. And I was like, I was so scared. And I remember I had my arms straight. I was holding her, and I locked my elbows just because I knew about Shaken Baby syndrome. And I just sat there and cried with her with my elbows locked, because I literally left like little bruises from my thumbs on her shoulders. Not horribly bad, but I was just like, oh, it was one of the scariest moments of my life, but it was also one of the most like moment of my life where I knew that I was going to be okay, that even though I didn't know what to do at the time, and maybe putting her down might have been a better idea, but I had held her, and I didn't shake her. I calmed myself down. I got her calmed down eventually. I was very impressed with knowing enough, that being scared enough to know not to do something, if that makes sense. I was scared, and that's why I locked my elbows, because I didn't know what to do, because I knew if I dared, I couldn't shake her. That's not appropriate. Why I didn't put her down right away, I'm not even sure. I think I just froze in my own scaredness, because you're by yourself and you're a new mom. I just knew that I couldn't shake her, and understand at that moment, though, I understood how it could happen very easily, to a certain extent. I mean, we gotta own our own choices, and I did. I right away when Timmy got home, the father of the child, when I seen the bruises and stuff, I told him about the incident, but when I seen the bruises, I admitted those right away, because that too was something else that I didn't want to beat my child. I was so deathly afraid of beating my child, because I just had that kind of temper. Later on, as life goes on, I didn't beat my child, but I also learned that I wasn't going from 0 to 10. I lived at like a 7 or 8 my whole life. If you go on a scale of stuff that builds up in us, and how because I didn't do any meditation, and I didn't even know how to do that kind of stuff back then. But my whole childhood was at a 7 or 8, and that's why I was able to go right to 10. Because I was like, how does somebody go from 0 to 10? This doesn't even make sense. I could get that mad, but it's all learning experiences. It definitely is. And I never did beat my child. She might have needed it, though. No, see, that's a joke. Sorry. That was a bad joke if it was a really bad joke. But there's times where she's kind of a little bit entitlement, but she's a good kid. Actually, both of them are. Anyways, I would help you with that, whatever I can from my end. If you want me to help you out, I'm willing to, because I'm home. I'm on the computer anyways. If I get things set up for you, that'd be cool. Help you get stuff. I don't want to, I want to make sure, I totally want to help if you want to let me, and I want to make sure that with you getting.
Yeah, my the actual, if I were to, be a truly registered business, I've named it JBJ Treasure. So I've used the logo. I kind of did all that, and then basically thought, I've got this space in here, so why not actually?
And they're good energy, aren't they?
Huh?
The stones are good energy, aren't they?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I've got them on 3 sides of me in this one room here. So I'm in a senior building with a whole lot of nonsense that goes on.
Girls.
It's more like a frat house,
It keeps you young.
Well, Like I said, there's, I don't know. I don't know.
Look at my page, and you should be able to. I don't know. Actually, I just opened up my Sarah page actually, but I have both my pages on there. My for encouraging health and wellness for my massage, and then I also have here's luxuriously sexy adult toys because I also have a romance. So I have two pages on there that you can look through and see what I've done. And I haven't done that with them lately because I've been busy.
Yeah, that's right. You did massage therapy, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, like I said, you and I got to get my glasses on. How do you say our other lady friend here tonight? Akshita? Akshita. Akshita. Akshita.
I call her Aveda because I can't pronounce her. Aveda.
I know she was there.
Yes, she's around.
So
Aveda is what we call her because that's Aveda, like Aveda
okay.
medicine and stuff.
But yeah, there's a lot of things I've learned, you know.
Oh, you're a very wise woman.
Versatile with a lot of life experiences.
Yep, very wise. And I
used to make a difference for somebody, but you know,
you still
I'm actually needing a lot more. I personally need a lot more around me because it's been a long time of really not having relatives even near me. So, you know.
I hear you there.
I get tired of these freaking devices, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's something for personal contact, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. But it is they are good in some ways because they are good. Look at us. I would have never met you otherwise. I would have never met you and stuff. So I gotta be blessed for that. Hi Mel, welcome back. Where'd you go?
Yep. Oh, I was out doing some errands and stuff, and I was talking with John for a little bit.
Good. Carrie, have you seen Mel's bobcat? He's fucking huge.
I'm not sure if I have or not.
Is he around yet?
Let's see where he's at.
Oh, I thought you just stretched him away a little bit ago.
Yeah, I think. Oh no, he's sitting. He's curled up behind me on a bunch of clothes.
Okay.
Sarah, we're still streaming live on YouTube. Is that?
Oh, I thought I stopped us. Dang. Yeah.
So what live stream? Whose channel? What channel?
No, it's on Mark's channel.